Hi, my name is Gonzalo Artiach. I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG covering the healthcare space. Our next company is OsDesign. And with us, we have here today the CFO, Anders Svensson. Anders, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yes, Anders Svensson from OsDesign. I'll tell you a bit about our company, what we do and how we've been doing of late, and why we think that we are well positioned for growth and future value creation. Just the usual disclaimer, just in case I happen to say something forward-looking, which I'll try to avoid. So a bit about OsDesign. We're an orthopedics company. We are up and coming in a very big market, as you can see, $53 billion in total globally. We grow very quickly, 80% in 22, and we operate in two orthopedic segments, CMF, which is skull, and orthobiologics, and we concentrate on the spine. We're active in about 10 markets globally. Most important one is the US, but also most of the large markets in Europe, and as of last year, also Japan. Tell you why we exist at all. We believe that most bone replacement products currently on the market just don't quite provide the results that we would like to see. So looking at the cranial implant, just as an example, there's a lot of people every year that need cranial implants because of head injuries or brain injuries. 10% of these implants end up getting infected and have to be removed. So the patient's going for revision surgery. That's not a good thing for the patient, painful, and also, of course, very expensive for society. A procedure like that will cost easily $100,000. Looking at the bone graft sphere, then, it's actually even worse if you look at the statistics. There's 1.5 million people just in the US alone that go through these procedures every year. And 1 in 5 actually don't have what we call a successful outcome, so it doesn't fuse. What we do then, we've used advanced material science to produce products that actually stimulate the body's own healing capabilities, the materials in themselves. We have the legacy product, the cranial PSI, so it's a patient-specific implant. It's calcium phosphate and then reinforced with titanium mesh for durability. Fantastic clinical results, and also osteoconductive properties, claims that have now been recognized also in the US. So it actually makes the patient's own bone start growing back. 1.4% infection rate, which is to be compared then to at least 10% generally in the market. The other product, our newer product, OsDesign Catalyst, the bone graft product, quite a different one. It's high margin, it's very scalable, it's an off-the-shelf product, and it's in the market for standard procedures. It's also calcium phosphate, actually, but it's a fully synthetic product. And we don't have any clinical data on this one. We are working to get it right now. We only launched it last year, or in end of 21, so it takes a bit of time to get there. But we had fantastic preclinical data where we could see that this was performing better than any product, similar product on the market. So 6 months after a surgery, the patient was fully fused, 100%. So looking at the markets then, where we're in, cranial implants, it's a pretty decent sized market, good growth and a healthy profit margin, above 70% in general. But of course, with the bone graft market, there are some differences. First of all, it's not patient-specific, so it's fully scalable. And then the market is 5 or 6 times bigger, many more procedures every year. And also, to top it off, a much higher gross profit, a margin of above 90% in general. So this opens up our avenue to growth, for sure. And within this market of bone graft, we will focus on, clearly have done to date, and will continue to do so, on spinal surgery and on the US. The US is also the only place where we're actually authorized to sell right now. But as you can see, it's by far the biggest segment of the market, cervical, so in the neck, and thoracolumbar. It's also, if you look at the US, by far the biggest market, more than 70% of the global market. $1.8 billion US dollars. We were below 1.8 million US dollars last year. So I think there's ample room for growth. And it's growing quite healthy, this market as well. In the US, at least 8%. So looking at what we achieved in 22. It was a record-breaking year for us. We had good growth before, but something different happened in 22, and of course, largely to do with the Catalyst launch. Grew by 80% globally, and a healthy growth on both franchises and in all geographies, really. More importantly, we had 3 consecutive quarters of around 150% growth in the US. So the US is generally the most important market for most companies in this sphere, certainly for us. We have to win in the US. That's the name of the game. And these are very clear signals that we're doing something right in the US. But after a slightly slower first half year, we saw also the rest of the world pick up in the second half of the year. And they ended up in the final quarter with 73% growth. And that's just outside the US, so basically Europe. Japan is quite small still. And just the cranial PSI product. We made some changes to the European sales force earlier in the year, or end of 21, and that certainly paid off, but it took half a year to get there. Catalyst then, the bone graft product, sold about 17 million last year, which we are very pleased with for a first year result. And we actually also reached a milestone of treating 500 patients. So a good start that we would now like to continue. But it wasn't all sales. We also had, there's a lot of sales, and we tend to talk a lot about sales, but we also had very strong clinical and post-market surveillance reports. A number of publications, both on the Catalyst and the cranial PSI, with the fantastic data. And I don't know if you're aware, but we also strengthened our balance sheet towards the end of last year. In Q4, we took in about 65 million SEK in a directed share issue. So, how did it look? Well, it looked like this. And this is funny because this is how I normally, being a CFO, I've done so many business plans and budgets in my life. I can't count them all, but they normally look like this, where you grow more and more each quarter or more and more each year. And then, of course, it rarely happens. But it did happen. This is what happened quarter by quarter for our global sales last year. And I think the picture in itself, 180% growth between Q1 and Q4 is very promising, but also the fact that it continues quarter on quarter. It sort of indicates to me that this is sustainable. Looking at the US, as it is our most important market and where we have the only market where we have the Catalyst, you can see as well, this is a bar chart where every bar is the last 12-month rolling sales. And there was some growth in earlier periods, as you can see, but something very different happened in 22, and of course that coincides with the release of Catalyst. We run the market in the US for about 5 years to reach about 12 million in sales. And then just in the last 2 quarters, we've added as much. So a pretty good momentum there. As you can also see here, from the pinkish side of that last bar, the bone graft product is now about 50, actually a bit more than 50% of the US sales. So it happened very quickly. Looking at the sales split then between the 2 franchises, we reached 38% actually for bone graft globally in Q3. And we were heading for more in Q4 and did very good in Q4, but we had staunch competition from the cranial PSI product outside the US towards the end of the year. So we stopped at 38% also in the fourth quarter. But for the full year then, 30% for the new product, if you look at it from a sales perspective. If you look at that from gross profit, I'd say it's probably about 50-50, since the bone graft product has much higher margin. So that's a bit about us and a lot about sales. And I just want to recap what else we did, because we had some other major achievements apart from sales. Clinical achievements. And I think it's been overlooked in terms of OssDsign at least, but a lot of bone graft companies overlook the clinical side. Sales right now is really important, but the clinical investments that we're making are actually the foundation for the mid to long-term growth. So we're not just going to grow this year and next. We started off, if you look at the top side of the slide on the timeline, we got approval to start a registry for the Catalyst product in the US early on. We enrolled the first patient in April, and we reached 100 patients enrolled ahead of time in about November. We also completed the enrollment of Top Fusion, which is that's our first study, which we launched the product end of Q4, and right after we launched it, we set up this first-in-man study, just to show safety more than anything else. It's a small study, but it's necessary. It gives really good data, and we got the first reports, 6-month data, towards the end of the year, which showed, surprise, surprise, 6 months data saying, for one patient only, 100% fusion. So very similar to what the preclinical results were that we had previously. And that's not always the case, because it's one thing doing it in an animal and a different case doing it in a human. But very good early results. We had our first safety report on the Catalyst, which showed 0% device-related complications, which is, of course, exactly what you want to see. We reached 500 patients toward the end of the year, and we also released a product extension with a 1cc. It's a smaller product, mainly used in extremities like fingers and feet. But now we have a complete range. Below the line, you can see the cranial PSI successes. We won early in the year the largest tender in France. It's in Paris. 8 hospitals. We launched in Japan after more than a year of trying. Very hard due to the pandemic, but at last, we launched our cranial PSI in Japan. And then we had some really convincing case studies that were published, showing that this product is just superior on the market compared to so many others. And at the very end of the year, we also released new PMS, post-market surveillance data, where we now show the 1.4%. It says 21.4, but it's not true. 1.4% explantation infection rates. So, and you could also look at this one a different way, which I would just like to tie back to, because it's, you put a strategy in place and then you tend to maybe get a bit tactical and worry about the day-to-day work, and especially in a listed company, it's all quarterly, right? But here you have, our strategy was based on 5 pillars. We put this into play early 22. And what we did, we formulated 5 strategic priorities. The first one was win in the US. And I think with 3/4 triple-digit growth and now US being 60% of our global business and a much broader recurrent customer base, I think we can safely say that we're on the way to win in the US. There's much more to do, but a good start. We also said we're going to build an orthobiologics business. And I think with 17 million SEK in the first year, 500 patients treated, and some pretty heavy hitters being attracted to our advisory board, good surgeons and key opinion leaders. That's also a good start. Where we haven't shown that much yet is to innovate the portfolio. That's a third strategic priority. But in the medtech sphere, it just takes time to produce, to come up with a new product. So we launched the Catalyst 1cc. We have line of sight to some more products in the next year or 2. But as I say, it takes time. And then we wanted to fundamentally change the way we look at clinical. So we started the Top Fusion the first-in-man study directly after launch, which has resonated very well with a lot of surgeons. Proves that you're a serious contender, not just there for the short term. And then we established Propel, and as I said before, really got that growing quickly. So I think pretty good progress on all four. And then the fifth one, we don't talk that much about it. It's part of the strategic priorities, driving operational efficiency. This is sort of a long game or a long play target where we, for the cranial PSI product particularly, are rethinking the entire process. How we design, how we manufacture it in Uppsala, and also how we deliver it to customers as quickly as possible, especially customers in the US, where we have FedEx and customs and all sorts of things to contend with. And we actually released some gains from this project in 22, some minor ones, but still, and we formulated the targets for 22, the next phase of the project. And we believe that we will see fairly early in this year substantial reductions in lead time. So it looks pretty good. And that's what I wanted to conclude with. So just remember, I'm the CFO, so technical questions, I'll try.
No, it's more general questions. Now we have a little bit of time for some questions, and I will start with one. And it's on the. I mean, it seems that the key point for you now is to convince surgeons to switch to catalysts from whatever they are using now. So could you give us some words on how does this market look now of alternative like technologies now, and what is the things that catalyst brings to the market that competing alternatives don't?
Well, to start with, it's a fiercely competitive market. There's a lot of players out there. What we normally come up against is, I mean, the market is sort of dominated by some huge companies, but they are not that focused on selling bone graft. They are selling the metalware, all the other stuff where they make their money. So the most competition we see from other small companies who've been in the market for a relatively short space of time. And I think, well, our preclinical results are much better than those guys. But that's also one other very big difference is that we are so focused on clinical to convince with clinical data the market that this is by far the best product.
That's very interesting. And now you're mentioning surgeons. I mean, I guess that there must be something that convinced surgeons to switch. Is there any kind of pull in terms of better economics or better handling that on catalyst that can convince or you can use to convince surgeons to switch?
Probably not economics, because we got very good price for our product, but I'm sure others do too. But handling for sure. So the preclinical results in themselves and what we now can release, the first safety report, etc., they sort of reinforce for the surgeons who've already tried it. They get more confidence in the product, and the people about to try it'll be easier for them to take the step. But handling is probably the biggest one. We have what we believe is the best handling on the market. It's quite important when you have a product like this that you have to fit, you sort of mix it with blood and maybe a bit of patient's own bone, and it cannot dissolve. It has to stay stable when you insert it around the vertebrae, which ours has proven to do. I wish I had one here. I can put it in a glass of water and you would see it would still look the same in half an hour.
That's very, very interesting. And you're mentioning now that of your preclinical data, I mean, of course, your preclinical data looks outstanding. And how hard or easy is to really be solid and say, like, okay, what we see in animals can be translated into humans? Because that, as you mentioned in the presentation, it's not always the case. No. How confident are you that your data is on the right direction?
Well, obviously we're waiting to see full results from the first study, and for the full 12 months, that's sort of the gold standard. And we also wait to see some interesting results from our registries in the US. But what we've seen so far, sort of 3 months data, 6 months data, is very encouraging. And since we now had the first full data for one patient, which showed 100% fusion, then I think we are very confident that this is going to develop well.
Nice. And another question is on the scalability of your product. I mean, we have gotten questions from investors that are focused on the old cranial segment and issues with scalability of that part. So the question is, how confident are you that you can reach this 90% gross margins with reduced OPEX, let's say, and well, how confident are you that this can be actually be scaled up?
Well, we already see that. So we are reaching it. There's a big difference between the two franchises. So the investors are quite right when they have questions around the scalability of the cranial PSI. Since it is patient specific, we have to treat each case differently. But with the Catalyst, we can scale PSI as well, but nowhere near as fast as we can do with Catalyst. That's an off-the-shelf product. So it comes in a box. The actual material comes in a syringe, and they are just different sizes, but it's exactly the same for all patients. And the procedure that the surgeon performs is exactly the same as he did before with another product. So there's nothing new, just a better product. But yeah, we're confident.
Anders, thank you so much for being here with us today. And
thank you for having me.
Hi everyone, and welcome to ABG Investor Days. My name is Nikola Kilanowski, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With us today, we have the CEO of Bambuser, Mariam Garimani. She will present to us her company, and then we'll have an opportunity for a Q&A. And with that said, I leave the floor to you, Mariam.
Thank you. Very nice to be here, and welcome everyone. My name is Mariam, and I'm the CEO of Bambuser. I'm going to give you a brief company overview. Before I jump into the presentation, I would like to start with a video. We pivoted into video commerce or live video shopping 3 years ago, and this is a glimpse of what we have been up to the past 3 years. So I hope you enjoy it. Bambuser is a global leader in video commerce. We work with 350 brands across multiple markets that leverage our SaaS platform on a daily basis. We have offices in Stockholm, New York, London, Paris, Tokyo, and Turku. We have customers in over 45 countries. And today, on International Women's Day, I'm extremely proud over that I'm a minority female CEO and that 62% of female senior management is female at our company. Our ARR in Q4 landed on 149 million SEK. We grew our ARR year over year with 57%. And our cash balance ended up at 379 million SEK in end of Q4. So as I said, we pivoted into video commerce or live video shopping in January 2020, more or less 3 years ago. And as you can see, we have had an amazing, strong ARR momentum with a very stable growth quarter over quarter. Looking at the market opportunity, we're addressing a quite large market that is estimated, the total addressable market, of 258 billion Swedish crowns. And what you saw in the video in the beginning, it's quite easy what we do and the problems we solve. Approximately 80% of all internet traffic, IP traffic, by 2025, and that is not too far away from today, will be video. And what that tells us is that internet is becoming video, and shopping will, over time, become video. So the evolution from e-commerce that has been very static, text, picture, buy button, will evolve over time, and that's where we come in and make a huge difference for the brands. If you look to our core market, when we started off 3 years ago, we more or less opened the door for all brands, enterprise, mid-segment, and the long tail. And looking at today, I would say that we're more or less addressing the enterprise market because that's where we see that we're sticky and where we can expand. And if you look to that market, that one is worth 9.3 billion SEK. We work with 2 solutions, starting off with our first go-to-market product, one-to-many. So to explain this product quite easily, you have a brand, you have a website. On your website, you have a lot of landing pages, PDP pages, where you're trying to explain your products. What we do is that we add a video on your website. The video is interactive. You can chat, you can like, you can do polls, you can add to cart. So there's a lot of interactivity going on instead of this very static HTML page. The player is Bamboozer player, but it's always white labeled. So you will never see Bamboozer. It will be, if it's a Fendi or it's a Farfetch, that will be the player, how it's designed. Then we have a dashboard. That's where you log in as a customer. You create your event. You add URL drop. You drop the URLs of the products you want to show. And then how you stream it, it's easy. It's low-cost production with high quality. It's a Bamboozer app that you download. And that app is more or less your camera. So you can go live more or less from anywhere in the world with very easy and accessible to very low cost. We have a native checkout, so when you added something to the cart, we'll push you to the native checkout of the brand, so we don't touch any data or transaction. We are platform agnostic. We work with all e-com platforms. And we also do social media multicast, which means that if you stream a show, you can also stream that show into social media that has open video APIs. So, the numbers, which is always important. What do we deliver in terms of value for our customers? So today when you go to a website, you stay approximately around 2 minutes. If you're great, most website has less than 1 minute traffic. When you get them into the video, they actually stay for 8 minutes, which is more or less double or 3 times double the time that they spent on your website normally. They engage with you. So 1/3 of everyone, 30% of everyone that comes into the video, they actually engage with your brand. They will chat, they will like, they will add to cart. And the average conversion rate in the video is 10%. And if you know e-commerce, if you have a 1 or 2% conversion rate, then you're an expert. So I think this is where we see we make a huge difference for the brands. Moving over to one-to-one. So this product was, we launched it in the end of 2021. So it's a younger product in our product suite. And it actually grew out of the one-to-many. We had a lot of customers that asked, but can we have the same experience, but we want to have it with only one client? The one-to-many is 1 or 2 people streaming to many, and we will just have a very a close conversation with one customer. So we developed this product and went to market. So one-to-one is a drop-in or a scheduled meeting. I think everybody knows FaceTime. So imagine FaceTime with interactivity, add to cart, and checkout. Once again, it's the same features there. It's a native add and checkout. And we connect to more or less any booking or CRM system today. So this is about giving the customer the same experience as you would walk into a physical store in the comfort of your home or wherever you want to do the shopping. Looking into the numbers, the average meeting time is 14 minutes. We actually double the average order value versus online. So if I go to example, Kjell & Company, that is one of our customers, to their website, I would actually double that average order value in a call, in a one-to-one call. And the average conversion rate is 64%, and I think we all know that is unheard of today. So amazing numbers and amazing results using both features. Going into our business model, we have 3 different tiers. We have light, standard, and enterprise. And when we sign a customer, we always have a one-time fee. This is for onboarding and startup, and they pay it upfront. Then we have the recurring SaaS fee. Most of our licenses are run on a 12-month basis, and we invoice them 3 to 12 months in advance. Then we have a variable fee for both products. For the one-to-many, it's streamed hours, and for one-to-one, it's user and agents. And this is mostly invoiced quarterly in arrears. Looking at Bamboozer, we have divided our market into 3 regions, so Americas, EMEA, and APAC. And we have strong partners and brands that we're working with across all 3 regions. Going in a bit into our KPIs and financials. So our NRR, our net revenue retention, is very strong in the enterprise segment. And if you look to our top 20 accounts or enterprise accounts, we know now that when we land an enterprise client, we have a strong foundation of upselling on them. We have a bigger churn in the long tail, and I will talk more about that soon. But we see great potential in a land and expand with enterprise accounts. If you look to ARR by customer, we grew this ARR, average ARR per customer group with 38% year over year. We went down a bit in Q4, and that's due to the churn in customer groups, especially in Q4. But overall, year over year, we're growing the average ARR per customer group. ARR by region, so EMEA is our largest region by ARR, followed by Americas and then APAC. And the growth in Americas and APAC is primarily driven by fashion and home and garden, and in APAC is driven by beauty and consumer electronic verticals. ARR by product, as I said, the one-to-many was our first product, our go-to-market, and stands for, of course, the chunk of our ARR. We believe that one-to-one has a huge potential, and even if it's small, it grew by 600% year over year in Americas and 1,000% in APAC. So we see a huge potential for this product growing the next coming years. We have a gross margin of 83% in our SaaS business. Our professional services have a gross margin of 2%, which supports the SaaS business. With that, I say thank you, and over to you.
Okay, well, time for some Q&A then, and thank you for the presentation. I thought perhaps if we could just start by taking a look at perhaps the unit economics. Could you explain how the economics work of Bambuser in the context of both one-to-one and one-to-many, in the context of revenue generation and customer acquisition cost?
So I would say that we have a land and expand strategy when it comes to customer acquisition and the unit economics. So normally we put all the, staff cost, marketing cost, acquisition cost, and we take that cost upfront when it occurs. Then when we sign the customer, normally our agreements run on 12 months. We expect to have the customer, to stay for several years. And as our SaaS business have a quite great gross margin. So once again, we see that we can, when we land the customer, we have 3 possible ways of upselling on the customer. So it's by brand, by region, or by adding one of our products. And I think that applies to both one-to-many and one-to-one.
Yeah. So we'd say that they have roughly a similar gross margin,
yes.
One could say, yes. Going forward at the very least.
Yes.
Okay. And if we take a look at the landscape the way it is today in the West, not China, no. Could we say that there is a clear leader, or is the landscape still developing?
So I think it's still developing a lot, and I think that we're in a category where we're building the category as we're growing it. So it's not a category that has existed for many years, as we all know. So I think that if you look to the competition, we have a lot of smaller competition in all markets, I would say, no matter which market we're in. We don't see anyone that is like a bigger competition, but we actually welcome competition and more companies to come into this vertical, because as you see, the market is huge. I think it's quite healthy with competition, and we are going to see this market grow, or this vertical grow a lot. But I would say out of the competition we have, we are the leader in the West in terms of video commerce for both products.
So with increased competition, we will get perhaps some network effects that will help the entire industry.
And also
perhaps.
adaption and consumer adaption. The more consumers that are facing video on an e-commerce or the one-to-one solution, the better it is for Bambuser, because we can grow our business. But I would say if you look to SaaS competition, we have the smaller ones, but then you can of course look at Amazon, you have all the social platforms that are also betting quite a lot on video and social commerce that will come over years.
And perhaps if we take a look at some of the KPIs, you grew ARR by 57% on an FX neutral basis. What sort of customers did you add? Which types of customers churned? What did the addition look like? How did the enterprise segment perform? Could you go in a little bit on detail on that one?
Yeah, of course. When we opened our doors for live video commerce 3 years ago, as you all know, COVID hit. So a lot of the customers that are churning in the long tail, we call them the COVID customers, because retail was shut down and everybody needed to find something how they could to still sell to the customers. And they would adapt then into video commerce because that was a great solution to keep the sales up, even if the stores were closed. I would say if you look at the 3 different tiers, that the big churn that we're seeing is those customers that didn't really have the strategy or the bandwidth. They just jumped into it because they just had to find a solution. I think where we see great adoption and great growth is the mid segment and the enterprise segment. For being successful doing this, you need to have a team that actually creates content. We're not a technology that you adapt and it works by itself. We sell a technology that you need to add human people to create content. And I think if you don't have the resources, and that's where we see, if you don't have resources or traffic to your website, it's going to be pretty tough for you to be successful. But if you have a strong brand, a lot of traffic, and resources, then you're going to be super successful, as we saw in the numbers. You can really convert and see amazing numbers within e-com. But I think where we are seeing strong momentum and focus, and where we see great upsell and cross-sell is within the enterprise segment, and not in the long tail, because adaptation will come over time. But the adaptation is not really there, and they don't have the resources and budgets to really go all in on video commerce as of today.
And for those enterprise customers that do adapt Bambuser, they generally see a high ROI would be ultimately the thing that they would look at.
Yeah. I mean, it's a mix of sales, marketing, and brand. That's more or less what we sell, because the hard fact is that you can measure sales. So it's not a nice to have, it's actually a must have. A lot of customers today in retail, as you know, the macro is pretty tough. They're sitting on a lot of inventory. So how do you ship inventory in an easy way? So I think that we really have customers that understands and really adapted, and we can see amazing, results. But it's going back to, you have to have the resources and then the budgets, and also have it as a part of your strategy, your commerce strategy going forward, to be able to be successful.
And if we move on, I guess, to the TikTok partnership with you, which you announced in relation to the Q4 report.
Yes.
Could you just explain, what should an investor take away from such a partnership? How will you benefit from it?
So TikTok was why we press released this was because it was regulatory, and the partnership with TikTok is about us finding a business between the companies. So as we all know, they are betting quite big on social commerce in the West. And the partnership is about us helping their merchants to go live on TikTok. TikTok is only a platform. Bambuser is a SaaS company, so we have the data. We know how to make the brand successful. So the partnership is about them giving us the merchants that are interested in going live and wanted to invest or add video commerce to their strategy. And what we get in advance is that we can actually sell the Bambuser platform to them as we help them to go live on TikTok. And then our vision is, of course, long-term, to be able to stream all shows that our customers are streaming into TikTok with all the interactivity and all the checkout parts over time.
And then perhaps if we take a look at your offering, you launched one-to-many on Salesforce App Exchange by the end of Q4. Can we expect this to be the main sales channel going forward? And could you perhaps explain the rationale behind using Salesforce to distribute your service?
Of course. So we see Salesforce as a very strong and strategic, important partner for Bambuser going forward the next coming years. So the partnership with its Salesforce Commerce Cloud, which is their e-com platform that we're working with. So it's that part of Salesforce that we partner up with. And Salesforce Commerce Cloud has around 8,000 clients globally. We have identified that 5,000 out of those 8 are a perfect match with our ICP, which is our identical customer profile at Bambuser, which is the enterprise companies. So what we have done with them in a first step is to just take away hurdles as integration. So we're fully integrated. So if I'm a customer at Commerce Cloud and want to add Bamboozer, then it's a very friction-free add-on for you to add Bamboozer. And then over time, of course, we see them being a strong sales channel for us. I would say this year, I wouldn't say that it's going to come in a year, but we see over time that they're going to be a very important partner, both in terms of revenue, but also in terms of adding, new logos to our platform.
And then with regards to the one-to-one solution, which right now is relatively small part of your entire ARR, but how should an investor perceive the one-to-one solution? Can we expect a similar distribution mechanism like using Salesforce, or is there something else that could work better in the case of one-to-one?
Yeah, so with the one-to-one, it's more really about, so I think, a lot of people think that, stores are going to close down. We're going to see, of course, but we're going to use the physical stores in a very different way. And that's where the one-to-one comes into action. So imagine every day, if you would go out to a mall or any shop today, it's pretty empty, right? Because the weather in Stockholm is what it is. But on a normal day, you have hours during the day where it's pretty empty in the store. So how could you use the store and your sales staff to actually sell online? Because normally you would have a lot of more people online than you have in a physical store. So the one-to-one is really about integrating into in-store and really using the store staff and the inventory you have to ship it. So we see partnerships, of course, with Salesforce, not cloud commerce, but other parts of Salesforce that are more focused on CRM and booking, but also other partners in the infrastructure, I would say, where we can be a part of the infrastructure rather than us selling the one-to-one. And we see a huge potential because the one-to-one works no matter if you have a very small business or a huge business. If you just have a store, if you sell something and you want to really give that physical experience, but digitally, then one-to-one is a great product to offer. So I think that we see, great potential and a lot of more partnerships coming up for one-to-one and another focus internally on one-to-one for us also.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for the presentation as well as the Q&A. And thank you for listening, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome back. Our next company is IRLAB, a Swedish biotech company focused on the development of novel therapeutic approaches for people living with neurological diseases, with a focus on Parkinson's disease. And with us, we have here today Nicholas Waters, the Executive Vice President and Head of R&D. Nicholas, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming today and listening to this presentation. As Gonzalo indicated, we are focusing on Parkinson's disease at IRLAB Therapeutics. Just a brief look at the company as such. We are pioneering biology using our technology, the ISP, the integrative screening process. A modern strategy to discover new molecules to treat serious and complicated CNS diseases. We have a very focused strategy today with a very strong pipeline addressing Parkinson's disease, aspects of Parkinson's disease. Our pipeline has been validated in terms of deals and also in terms of clinical results that we have generated during the past few years. So we have today a quite broad and solid portfolio of candidates stretching from preclinical discovery, preclinical development to phase 2B studies at present. 5 programs running at the present time. And the organization is well educated, has a long history in the field, a lot of experience from working in the CNS discovery and development space. Parkinson's disease, a few words on that. Not obvious to everyone what this is actually, and the main cause of the symptoms of Parkinson's disease is a loss of neurons, and those neurons specifically produce dopamine in the brain. And that has a number of consequences for people losing their dopamine systems. One of the most important signaling substances in the brain, controlling emotions, thought processes, and above all, perhaps motor functions and movements. The reason for, or the underlying etiology behind Parkinson's disease is in general not known, not panned out properly yet, but there are a couple of factors which are known to be influencing the occurrence of, for the diagnosis for Parkinson's disease. Age is the most important one. This is an aging disorder. And then there are environmental aspects as well, but also genetic factors come in a subset of Parkinson's patients. The symptoms are many, but the most well-known symptoms for Parkinson's disease is the shaking that you see initially when Parkinson breaks through. And then the slowness of movement, of course, the stiffness, and the balance problems that occur later on in the disease progression. For the 3 first parts of the cardinal symptoms here, there is a very nice treatment that was discovered in the 60s and introduced in the late 60s, early 70s to the market. That's levodopa. And that's the mainstay treatment still today. And levodopa is converted into dopamine in the brain and does some of the things that dopamine does when it's there naturally, but not everything. Then there are a number of other symptoms associated with Parkinson's disease. For instance, the facial masking, the dystonia, the drooling symptoms, which are complicating life for patients. And then we have the neuropsychiatric symptoms, such as hallucinations, psychosis-like symptoms. Apathy is a big problem in this disorder. Dementia, of course, this is a dementia disorder, like Alzheimer's. And then the speech and swallowing problems that comes with the later stages in Parkinson's. So this is a number of symptoms here which are not properly addressed for the patients. And today we see around 7-8 million patients have been diagnosed across the globe with Parkinson's disease. This will grow to up to 13-14 million in the next few decades. So this is a true pandemic. And there are a number of aspects of Parkinson's disease which is not properly addressed with current and today's treatments, such as impaired balance, such as the cognitive decline, which I mentioned, the motor complications which are introduced by the treatment, levodopa, and then the non-motor symptoms, of course, such as the neuropsychiatric symptoms like psychosis and the apathy. And we are addressing these problems, and we have used our discovery engine, which we call the ISP, or the integrative screening process. It's a phenotypic screening strategy where we use modern mathematics to inform ourselves of the results of experiments, but also to design new molecules, to test them in this system. And this has made us quite efficient in discovering novel treatments or novel molecules which have beneficial effects, addressing deficits known to occur in Parkinson's disease. So we built a pipeline which in principle addresses all the aspects of Parkinson's disease. If we start at the bottom here with the bradykinesia, the tremor, the cardinal symptoms of Parkinson's disease, which is today treated with levodopa. Levodopa has some shortcomings. I'll come back to that at the end of the presentation. Has some serious shortcomings, which we think we can address with our currently nominated or recently nominated candidate 1117, IRL 1117. This is supposed to become a once daily treatment for the base symptoms of Parkinson's disease. I'll come back to that. Then, as an ongoing program, phase 2B, we are looking at the dyskinesia, the motor fluctuations, and the psychosis with mesdopetam. And here we are currently involved in a collaboration with Ipsen, a French international biotech or company, focusing on neurology and rare diseases. And here we are looking at trying to optimize treatment with levodopa by preventing or blocking the occurrence of dyskinesias, but also of psychosis. We have quite recently published phase 2B data on this drug. Then further on in the development, the neuropsychiatric symptoms come in, and here we have developed a strategy represented by IRL 757, which addresses the apathy symptoms which occur in Parkinson's disease. And this is a common symptom across neurological disorder. So this is a molecule which has the potential to go outside Parkinson's disease. Today, there is no treatment for apathy available on the market. But there is a huge interest out there in getting treatments addressing this specific symptom. And higher up in or later on in the development of the disorder, the cognitive impairment sets in and the first signs of dementia symptoms come. And here we are developing also a drug which enhances cognitive function and reverses the cognitive decline to some extent. And this is a program also in preclinical development right now, IRL 942. And last, but by no means least, we are looking at the balance problems that occur late in the late phases of PD. Balance and falls, which is also followed by the speech and swallowing complications. And here we have pirepemat, currently in phase 2B. And our slogan here is no more falls. We are addressing this as a falls treatment. I'll come back to that. Looking at the mesdopetam program, initially here, this is a dopamine D3 receptor antagonist. We discovered it using our phenotypic screening strategy, and early data supported moving this towards dyskinesia treatment and psychosis treatment. So we have potential for treating at least 2 of the major symptoms occurring in Parkinson's disease during levodopa treatment. We licensed this, the right to develop and commercialize this to Ipsen a few years back. And we have a collaboration with Ipsen on the program right now. Just showing the comprehensive development program we've constructed and run through now with this molecule. First of all the preclinical work, of course, indicating that this is an antidyskinetic drug and an with antipsychotic-like properties. We took it into single ascending dose, multiple dosing in phase 1. Got some really nice safety and tolerability data there, but also the pharmacokinetics were investigated in those studies. After that, moving carefully, we moved into a small phase 1b study in Parkinson patients, which was conducted here in Sweden, together with expert clinics around the country. And we also there could find that the drug is well tolerated. We have a very good safety profile. We have efficacy on lids in that phase 1b study, although that was not the primary objective of the study. And of course, the pharmacokinetics were once again confirmed. Then we went further into an international or a European trial in phase 2a, where we looked at motor function as the primary outcome measure in this study. And we found that we had a dose-dependent effect on dyskinesias. We have an adverse event profile similar to placebo in the phase 2a, and we could define the dose range for further exploration in phase 2b. And the phase 2b study was recently concluded, where we looked at motor function using a number of different scales, that is addressing dyskinesia primarily. And we found that we had an antidyskinetic effect. We didn't meet the primary endpoint in the study, but we have a clear antidyskinetic effect according to the regulatory preferred scale UDysRS. We have no impairment of normal motor function. We had for the first time, we saw a clear signal of reduced OFF. And OFF is a very complicating symptom for Parkinson patients. And most treatments for Parkinson are addressing OFF and OFF time. And here we see an effect on that endpoint as well in this trial. The safety and tolerability is really, really good. Once again, we could confirm it's similar to placebo. So we have 2 trials now showing a very beneficial safety and tolerability profile for the compound. And of course, the pharmacokinetics follows the predicted properties in this larger population of patients that we've studied now. So this makes out the comprehensive package, which we are now putting together and considering what to do next. And that is actually up to Ipsen to decide on what's the next step in this development and the development of mesdopetam. Pirepemat, our second clinical program. And this is a really important program. We are addressing here a problem which has been unsolved for decades for patients with Parkinson's disease. And we are looking at trying to improve balance by means of small molecule strategy. We have an ongoing randomized placebo-controlled study which is ongoing across countries in Europe right now. And we are expanding that. I'll come back to the recruitment status in that study. And to reduce falls is one of, if not the greatest, one of the greatest needs in Parkinson's disease. About half of all patients with the diagnosis fall recurrently. And that's up to a couple of times a week or even several times a day. And this, of course, has quite severe implications on quality of life and activities of daily living. So there is a quite substantial health economical benefit to gain with a treatment that can solve this problem. There is ample data out there indicating that the cost of treatment for one fall injury in this aged population is around $30,000. So one can clearly see there is a huge societal cost and a personal cost for the patients here, which if we can treat, we can reap some value from. Pirepemat is designed to treat balance, to improve balance and reduce falls. It acts by activating neuronal pathways in the cortical regions of the brain, which are hampered in Parkinson's disease, doing so by blocking 5-HT7 and alpha-2 receptors. And here we also outline the number of patients we see with the different types of recurrent falls or even have risk for falls. It's a quite substantial number of patients out there. And this is an untapped market. Also here, we have designed a quite comprehensive program to reach a decision point where we can move into pivotal trials later on. Once again, phase 1 SAD and MAD studies, well tolerated, good safety there, very good pharmacokinetic properties, or acceptable pharmacokinetic properties, I should say. Similar in phase 1 with the tablet formulation. We used capsules in the first study. We went to a tablet formulation for larger trials. Then the phase 2A study, which was an exploratory safety and tolerability study, revealed that we have effects on cognitive function, we have effects on falls. Looking at the scales rating the problem with falls in that trial, we saw around 50% reduction in the scoring of fall complications in fallers in that trial. We also had some neuropsychiatric signals here also relating to cognitive, as I said, cognitive function, but also apathy. Having seen those data, we designed a quite large study, phase 2B study, which we are now conducting across Europe. And this is an ongoing study. It's a dose-finding study, and I'll come to that like here. It's a dose-finding study where we're looking at 2 different dose levels of treatment. We are looking at TID treatment strategy over 12 weeks. Patients who are included, they need to have fallen at least 2 falls during the last 4 weeks before entering into the study. And I can tell you here that this inclusion criteria is not a complicating factor for recruiting patients at all. We have currently a plan to activate 39 to 40 sites across Europe. We are right now in the middle of February. We had activated around 29 sites. We are expanding into the Netherlands also now with further clinics there, where there are some really expert sites as well that will support this trial. And we expect to finalize patient recruitment during the fall this year, so we'll have the data during the spring of 24. And this is going to be a really interesting readout. This is a type of study that has not been performed before. No one has taken any falls drugs this far before. There are some academic studies ongoing with choline esterase inhibitors, that is drugs which are used to improve cognitive function in Parkinson's disease, to look at if there are any effects on balance and falls. There is an academic study in the UK ongoing right now. And we're looking forward to learning more about the results from that study, of course. But for a novel treatment strategy, this is a unique study. Then we have our preclinical programs, 757 to treat apathy, as I mentioned, 942 addressing cognitive function. And in both those areas, we have collected a lot of preclinical data supporting the indications that we are moving towards. We have also developed the CMC, work. So we are producing a drug now for phase 1, and we are conducting the classical preclinical work to be able to submit for phase 1 studies at the end of this year for 757 and early 24 for 942. And the last program here, 1117, which we have devised as a once daily treatment for Parkinson's. Since we don't shy off from complicated problems relating to neurological disorders, we have in this program decided to try to develop full D1, D2 agonists, and that is to mimic the good effects of levodopa, but with a very, very long half-life. A drug that can be used once daily. Instead of today, patients are treated with up to 7-8 times a day with levodopa, leading to motor fluctuation, complications with the motor fluctuations. If we can prevent that with the once daily treatment, that would be a huge benefit for the basic treatment of Parkinson's disease. We hope to have this program phase 1 ready during 24. And here I've just listed some of the complications with today's D1, D2 agonists. There are basically two that are used. That's levodopa, which is converted to dopamine. And then there is one of the oldest drugs known to man, that's apomorphine, which is also used as a rescue medicine in Parkinson's disease through injection to activate motor function when patients go into off states. And here we are looking at the red curve here, if I may go here. Here's the classical variability in symptomatology or in symptom relief that you see with levodopa. It goes up and down. You have these fluctuations, and our ambition here with 1117 is to actually have a smooth efficacy over the 12 or 24-hour cycle, basically. And we have a number of candidates there, but we've selected 1117, and we have some backups in the cupboards as well in this program. And this is a program we believe a lot in right now. During the year, we will present more data on 1117, 942, and 757, of course. We are conducting the trial now with pirepemat, and we expect to have data in the spring, as I said, next year. And this is also a drug which could be indicated in dementia in Parkinson's disease. We'll see what the trial gives us in terms of cognitive endpoints as well. And then for mesdopetam, we have now completed the phase 2 program, and we are looking at next steps in this program. What should they be? How to design the final stages of development for mesdopetam? An interesting question, which we are dealing with. And then, of course, there will be some news flow during the coming year. If we look at the spring here, we will have phase 1 from the operational milestone perspective. We'll have 757 ready for phase 1. We'll have pirepemat completing recruitment this year. We will have 942 ready for phase 1 next year. We will have a capital markets day during the fall, it's planned. We'll have participation in medical congresses. We expect to be able to present the broth of data from the mesdopetam study at the Congress this year, and also in the publication, of course. And of course, we will continue to visit places like this at investor events during the year. I think I'll stop there, Gonzalo, with just going back to the starting slide.
Sounds good. Nicolas, thank you very much for such a nice presentation. And now we have a few minutes for some questions. And I will start on the pirepemat study in falls.
Yes.
I mean, you mentioned that these patients fall a lot.
Yes.
It's sadly, I mean, how common is, I mean, the question is in two parts, let's say. The first one is how common is for these patients to actually fall? I mean, how many times do they fall, let's say, in a normal week? And second, how do you prevent for this, for example, these patients falling and then they break their hip, for example, or something like that, and they have to be in bed for 4 weeks, like the length of your trial. How do you prevent for this effect masking your results?
Yeah, that's a statistical question, and it's a complex question, but there is actually a guideline developed at IMA by experts at IMA dealing with what's called intercurrent events. And that is how you handle such events, that if you fall, you have an injury, you have to sit in a wheelchair or use a rollator, for instance, or in the bed. That has a certain effect on the statistics, which is not hampering the analysis. So that's taken care of. And going back to your first question, as I said before, these patients fall a lot and up to several times a week. So it's a real big problem, and this is half of the Parkinson population that has this problem.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And another question is in the other molecule, mesdopetam, in clinical development. You reported a few weeks ago your phase 2b top-line data,
Yes.
and you showed that in the UDSRS scale, you have a nice improvement, like statistically significant improvement.
Yes.
And I was wondering how, in terms of magnitude of the effects, what would be like something clinically relevant in that scale? We know that in diaries, it's 1 hour more or less what you were expecting.
In the diaries, there is 1 hour of good on time is perceived as clinically relevant. When it comes to the UDSRS scale, there are a number of publications addressing these questions. But so on the total scale, I think it's around somewhere around 5-6 points. But this is a scale that's made up of 4 sections, and we are using only 3 of those based on advice from the FDA, actually 1, 3, and 4 in our trial. So we don't have the same breadth of the scale, but still we will publish the quantitative data soon enough. And some guidance can be collected actually for those who are really interested in this question, is to look at the approval for Gocovri in the US, the documentation around the approval for Gocovri, where they had, I think, around 7 points on the total scale, or 8 points on the total scale in one of their trials that was approved.
Very interesting. And now that if Ipsen decides to move forward mesdopetam into a phase 3 program, well, in general terms, usually the FDA requires to have 2 control trials, like scoring positive in primary endpoints.
Yes.
Could we assume that Ipsen would have to run 2 phase 3 trials there?
One should always assume that one should run 2 parallel phase 3 studies. There are exceptions, and some in neurology, actually, in small indications in neurology, where data from phase 2 can be supportive for 1 phase 2 trial. But one should always expect to run at least 2 parallel phase 3 studies. Yes.
And one last question, and it's on your new asset IRL 1117. You activate with this molecule D1 and D2 receptors. And how different is compared to levodopa? Let's say these new formulations that are coming with slow release. I mean, you mentioned the half-life of the product, but is there anything different mechanistically there?
What we've learned from the different formulations of levodopa is that they can be helpful in terms of stabilizing plasma concentrations. However, they usually end up with the same kind of complications as you do with common levodopa. So what we have been doing in the preclinical setting is to make sure that 1117 and its nearest neighbors, cousins, molecules do not inflict those complications, such as the fluctuation, such as dyskinesia, such as risk for psychosis, etc. So what we're trying to do here is to do a number of things at the same time. A long-acting effect, but without the complications over time.
Okay. Nicolas, thank you very much for being here today and for your nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for those who have been watching as well.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me now, I have the company Inission, which is a company I cover, and the CEO, Fredrik Berghel. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Fredrik Berghel. I am one of two co-founders of Inission. I started this company together with my business partner, Olle Hulteberg, 15 years ago. I will today try to present our company, which has been, during this autumn, changed profile somewhat. We used to be a pure EMS company, but after taking the control and have the main ownership, and now also being very close to 100% of the OEM company, Enedo. So the new Inission group consists of old EMS Inission and Enedo. So when I refer to Enedo, that will be the OEM portion of this company. Go directly on Inission. We are a contract manufacturer of industrial electronics, and we are in that segment, we are in the high mix low end, meaning that we are running fairly low volumes and quite complicated industrial electronics, complicated products and complicated setups. High mix, low volume end. We are very much a Nordic company, being spread out over Norway, Sweden, Finland, and also in Estonia. We would like to grow further down, but I will get back to our acquisitions thinking. Our customer appreciate our proximity. We like to be close to our customer so that we can have a very close dialogue with them. So if they can come to us with a car in the morning, be with us for a couple of hours, and then go back, they really appreciate that. We are also a total supplier in that sense that we provide services all the way from product development, in prototyping, industrialization, and then, of course, the main focus is the production portion of this. But we also getting more and more customer, what we call infinite, at the end of the life cycle, taking care of spare parts, making sure that things works. For example, now we are running a fantastic order for ABB. We are remaking the nuclear plants, if no one knew about that. And we're making the spare part cards for that. And that is a totally different discussion when it comes to price and things. You know, those types of customer, they value a lot of other things than just price, which is normally, which is really high on the agenda. Of course. Yeah, maybe I should also comment that we have the geographic distribution there, and you see a lot of Sweden, Norway, and so forth, but that is where the invoices are sent. Our products, they are sent out all over the world because our customer are global, multinational companies. Inission is very much an acquisition story, as I said. Me and my business partner started there in Munkfors 15 years ago, acquiring a company that was in deep trouble. So it's like a Chapter 11 case. So that was a turnaround process. And then we discovered that this industry is really fragmented. So one way of growing forward would be to acquire competitors. It's sort of also quite sticky, this industry, in that sense that the customer is not running here and there with the production. Customers change producers, of course, but then it requires that you behave really, really bad, or there are some other movements. So in order to grow, we thought acquiring companies would be one, that is our main strategy of that. And since 2008, then we have acquired about a company per year, so not super fast, but a decent pace. Before this line here also, we involved ourselves in Incap, and that I think is worth mentioning because I will talk about Enedo shortly. And there are a lot of similarities between Enedo and Incap. Incap was also a real turnaround case. We had the ambition, exactly as what we had with Enedo, to merge these companies. So I was even the CEO of Inission during the turnaround 2013 and 14. And we made that turnaround and really had the ambition to combine Inission with Incap. However, talking to the other main owners, our main owners, Finnish owner, we never managed to get the relative valuation. They had one idea and we had the other. And now, seeing this in the history, maybe we should have taken their offer. I wouldn't know. So what we did we actually divested that or paid those shares out as a dividend to all the Inission shareholders. Segment-wise, we have those segments, and there are a few there that is really stable and growing moderately. Industry, medtech, ocean technology, they have a growth, but quite moderate. But what we also see now is that we have very interesting inquiries from defense customer. And we already have quite a few, both connectivity and electrification customer that is growing really, really rapidly. And we have 38 key accounts, which is the main, make up the bulk of what we're doing. Our largest customer is ABB. So we sell actually to 7 different ABB companies from 5 different factories. So those 10%, they are distributed in a few accounts. And then we also sell a lot of what we're doing is ready-made products. We refer it in the industry to the box built. And that is an enabler to do more value add for the customer, that we can take care of spare parts, we can take care of the aftermarket, we can take care of logistics, send the products direct to customers. Customer in Brazil, for example. And we noted that, me and Olle, that the more we do for our customer, the happier they are, and also the more profitable. So the more value we add in the customer relation, the better for us. So it's always our aim to increase the amount of totally ready-made products that we are doing. Shifting then to Enedo. So Enedo is indifferent to Inission, which is a contract manufacturer. Enedo is an OEM company. They develop their own products. They have their own IPRs. But they have also a lot of similarities because they are also into industrial electronics. They are also into very much customized products, and they are also high-end products, type of customer that Enedo is addressing. So in that sense, it's very, very similar. And also in difference to Inission, that is a Nordic company, Enedo has a more global approach. They have their own sales or sales representatives, more or less, spread out all over the world. And what are they doing then? I'm an engineer myself, I forgot to say that, but from a technical point of view, if you think of something that is charging your mobile or your laptop, that is exactly what Enedo is doing. Power supply, but not simple, cheap consumer products. Complicated, high-end, qualified industrial power supplies. And they divide them in these 3 areas. Power supplies, they're in the middle. That is the core, really. If you combine a few of those and also put the battery package, for example, and make a whole system for that, for a train, for example, or for a steel mill, or for a paper mill. That is power systems. And those 2 categories, that are the Finnish part of this. We have sales and marketing and product development in Finland and in Italy. The Italian portion of this company, they do the power supplies and they also do the LED drivers. And LED drivers is a niche within the power supply that for driving floodlights at sports arenas or concert halls and these sort of things. And also these huge screens that is also used at sports arenas and concerts and that type of things. So that is a special application. But in pure technically, it's about reshaping electricity from what you get from the grid to your electronic application. And here is also interesting because all Inission customers, they use power supplies in their products. And a lot of Enedo customers, they source also EMS services. Enedo themselves, for example, they are buying about 15 million euro annually in EMS services here. So here we see a good potential for insourcing now when we have total control of the company within short. You see also the sales distribution per area there, and then EMEA is quite big. However, the sales going into US, we have a few really important US customer in this setup. Their factory is in Asia, in Malaysia, so that's why EMEA here is quite big. I said that there are similarities between Enedo case and Incap, where we've have been involved earlier, and this is a really mismanaged company for many years. We came in Q1 21 and took part of the restructuring there. Financial restructuring, but it's not so much idea to put in new money if you don't change how you do things. So we have replaced a large portion of the board. We have changed the top management. We found a very qualified guy, Mikael Fryklund. He has a history in Trelleborg and Hexpol being available, so he is the new CEO of this group. But also, big other parts of the top management is changed. So what we have done is right sizing of Italy is one big portion here, and I don't know if any of you have tried to do reductions in Italy, but that is extremely complicated, at least compared to Sweden. So it's costly, it's a lot of lawyers, and it takes time. But now it's done. So we have been shrinking from 100 plus to 50 plus now in the Italian operation. They also have their factory in Tunis, as you saw on the map there, and that all the Italians, the head of the factory were Italians sitting in Ancona. And you can't run the factory, not according to my meaning at least, from on the other side of the Mediterranean. So that is another main project that we have done. Actually moving responsibility and brain power from Italy to Tunis. And they don't want to move, so we simply reduce in Italy and hire in Tunis. That is what we are doing. So now Q3 here, we think that the big chunks in this turnaround process, they are done. So now it's more like more on continuous improvement, efficiency, increased capacity, both when it comes to competence among personnel, but also invest in machines, because this company haven't had money for a long time. And if you don't have any money, you don't pay your suppliers, and you can't invest in new machines. So but they sell very well. And when we interview the customer, they are really happy about the products. So by increasing capacity here now, Enedo is fully sold the whole of this year. So when you place a new order at Enedo now, that will be placed in 24. And so now it's about increasing output and increasing capacity at Enedo. The history of Enedo started a long time ago. If you are in Finland, there are a lot of things that is connected to Nokia. This was also a Nokia thing. So they started off with power supply for telecom industry since long, and they developed, not super successful. However, later on they changed name, and they realized that this type of volume industrial electronics, it's not for this part of the world anymore. All of that is in Asia. So they shifted, they draw down and divested the telecom part of the business and acquired an Italian company called Roal, and then another Finnish company called PowerNet. So that is the core now of Enedo, these two, Italian and the Finnish company. And that is where they are with their industrial products now. And then we came around as I showed on the last picture, we came around 21, and now we structure this forward. They have, as Inission, I'm really proud of our customer portfolio, but so also with Enedo. They have a fantastic, world-famous brands, super-duper international companies in their customer portfolio. And quite a well-distributed customer portfolio also. And here you see the shares of the various products of what they are doing. So much about Inission and Enedo, and then Something about what is driving the industry. I think we are in a good environment in the sense that we have a really strong underlying growth in this market where we are, industrial electronics produced here in the Nordic region. Varies from analysis to analysis, but 7% is a really good estimate of the growth rate, the underlying growth rate. And there are some mega trends there that is driving this. And you could see them before this COVID disaster and before this war, even more disaster. But those things, they have actually reinforced these mega trends. Clean energy, production coming back from Asia, electrification, Internet of Things. A lot of these things is actually going faster and faster now. So we think Inission, with the setup we have, is really well positioned to take care of those mega trends. And what have also happened the last 1.5 years is that when I started 15 years ago, there was an overcapacity in the market. The big players in Nordic region, they were called Note, Partnertech, Scanfil, Kitron. They never made money over time. They made a good year, and then it was a restructuring bad year, and then it was jumping up like that. Now, factories have been shut down, a lot of mergers has been done, so there are fewer players, less capacity, at the same time as the need has increased. So now we have a balance in the market, and I think that is really interesting to know that it's a totally different discussion we have with the customer today, where we are invited very much more as a partner, helping them out with their production, rather than someone they really need and it's just a thumb in the eye, situation, and push the price down and then maybe you get this order. Now it's a totally different discussion out there. Something about our acquisition thinking. As I said earlier, we really like growth, and we like growth by acquisition, and we have done that continuously. We know how to do it. We know what to look for. We have a good relation with our house banks, so we can finance this the way we think it's feasible. So we will keep on building out Inission step by step. A few years in the future, when Enedo is profitable enough, we think Enedo will also start the same journey, actually acquiring companies. So that will be our target. Now I see I talk too slow anyhow. I'll speed up. Growth is important for Inission, but profitability is even more important. And we have been growing, not super fast, but quite good anyhow. And we have had this EBITDA profit margin level about 5%. Q4 last year, we changed accounting standards from K3 to IFRS. So it has actually shifted around the numbers a little bit. Especially the Enedo case has come out totally different, because in IFRS counting, so they are 3 quarters now. 21 is with Enedo, and of course 4 quarters, 22. So it has boosted the sales, especially 21 there. And there are also some impacts, of course, on the balance sheet, pulling in leasing debts there. But we have also been taking care of the profitability growth, I think, decently with this growth speed. So numbers last quarter, I will not read them for you. Good organic growth, both in Enedo and Inission, both in the quarter and both for the year. Sustainability, we were a little bit late here maybe, but we have done it now a couple of years. We have sustainability report in our annual report. We have put up some targets that we follow and that we work with. But I think when it comes to this, one thing is more important than others, and that is carbon dioxide. So here we have put our quite ambitious goal for ourselves, and that is from now to 2025, we will be carbon dioxide neutral. And we are not that far off, because if you would walk into one of our factories, it would look almost like an office. So it's very clean, it's very neat. We use up some electricity for our hours, and we have some transports. So all in all, we are a very environmental friendly type of production, I would say. Rounding up here fast, if you have an hour over, you could go into our web page and look at a little bit longer presentation of this. We had a Capital Market Day, 16th of January. So that is an hour presentation instead of 20 minutes now. And we set forth financial targets that we presented. And they are turnover-wise, very comfortable, profitable-wise. We are absolutely confident that we will reach this level this year. We have some, perhaps a little bit more challenges regarding our balance sheet and the inventory. But we really think we will reach these goals also these goals. Then we also lifted our head a little bit further and looked into the future, 3-4 years. And then we stretched the ambition, perhaps not by growth, because we have been growing very much faster lately. But what we are doing now, that is our ambition is to shift over in the new environment from acquisition growth to organic growth. And we think that really will help our profitability. We have also co-located factories. We have co-organized organizations. So I have 10 factories, but I only have 6 company managers within Inission. So the units now are quite a bit larger. We have also pulled in some resources central to assist and draw out synergies when it comes to sourcing and when it comes to sales. And that we also think will help our profitability. And then it's about continuous improvement, process development. And here I think we have done a tremendous good deal with the best lean consultants, at least in Sweden, part development. So we have a long-term agreement with these people now where we are actually, they are getting half, because they charge quite a bit, these guys, but they are also extremely good. But we pay them half in shares in order to incentivize them hard to really help us out here, because there are a lot to do just by improving processes. Last picture. Inission Group, flexible total supplier, industrial electronics. There is a solid underlying growth in the market. We have a well-proven system for acquisition growth. Historically, we have actually grown our EBITDA with 21% per year since 2015. And we think Inission is really well positioned for this situation where we are now in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Fredrik. Let's move on to some questions.
Yes.
So recently, particularly in 2022, you've seen a really enormous increase in demand in the industry, you could say. How are you working to meet this demand, and how do you think this situation will develop in the coming years?
We saw the demand actually already 21, but we got a big backlog due to the component shortage. So we were, it was not sort of used in increasing square meters and increasing number of employees and machines if you couldn't get hold of components anyhow. So we have been hanging against the component situation. But then that has gradually changed now. So components shortages still there, but to a much less degree, if I can put it like that. 1 year ago, it was like 20-80. Today is more like 80-20 when it comes to pure capacity. So we are now hiring people, we are investing in new machines. We are not building any new square meters because we think we can cope with those we have, but that is what we are doing, yeah.
All right. You mentioned that historically Inission has been a pure EMS company. What drove you to the decision to acquire an OEM company?
We started off as a pure EMS, Think Note, if you know these people. And then we saw there are contract manufacturing out there. You can also do mechanic contract manufacturing. So we expanded into that area a little bit on the test level, but we have 2 of those factories. And then we also understood if you do development for the customer, if you develop the customer's product, that will also be a link into our production. And having these 3 legs or pillars, then it was quite natural to think, if we develop products for customer A, why don't we use back that knowledge for customer B? So we were thinking of having a platform company. So that was so when Enedo came around, it was a turnaround case, and we were not super fond of that. But Enedo is our platform company. That is how we see it. And there are a lot of crossovers with the contract manufacturing part here.
Mm-hmm. In your new financial targets, you aim to grow 10% organically and 5% through acquisitions. Why did you make the decision to switch focus from acquisition-driven growth to a more organic focused growth?
Growing organically has been a little bit of our Achilles heel, you know. We have not been good at that. Maybe we have not been that good, that is one thing, but also the customer is quite sticky with their production. It's not so easy to get in new customer. So we see now in the new environment that it is, and we get inquiries, we get new customers, we get more job with the customers that we have. So we think it will be more achievable. I mean, if I could just choose, you know, I would be only organically, because that is more profitable to grow only organically. But of course, also then if we want to expand further out geographically, we need to acquire, because we will never start greenfield operations. We will acquire and grow organically. So that's the story. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Fredrik. That's all we have time for. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Välkomna tillbaka till ABGs investerardagar. Nu är det dags för projektengagemang. Och med mig har jag finanschefen Liselott Haglind. Jag heter Stefan Knutsson och följer servicesektorn på ABG. Men nu tycker jag att det är hög tid att lämna över till dig, Liselott.
Tack så mycket, Stefan. Och tack för att jag får vara här idag och presentera projektengagemang. Eller PE, som också kallas i dagligt tal. Liselott Haglind heter jag, finansdirektör på PE sedan juli förra året. Kommer närmast från KPMG där jag var i CFO och COO för Sverige, Lettland och Litauen. Och har annars varit 24 år på Sweco. När sista 8 åren där så var jag CFO för Sweco i Sverige. Och jag leder PE tillsammans med Helena Hed som är koncernchef och vd. Jag tänkte att vi skulle börja med att titta på en film. Det här är PE. Den där blir jag otroligt stolt när jag ser varje gång. En fin film med mycket samhällsnytta i. Vår vision har varit tydligt från start. Vi vill förnya samhället med innovativa och hållbara lösningar. Och det gör vi varje dag. Våra ingenjörer och arkitekter när de hjälper till i de 13 000 uppdrag som vi gör årligen till ungefär 4 000 kunder. För 2 år sedan så satt vi en tydligare strategi. Vi ville positionera oss och bli tydliga med vart vi är främst. Och det är på byggnader och dess närmiljö. Teknikkonsultmarknaden och arkitekturkonsultmarknaden omsätter årligen ungefär 70 miljarder kronor. Och bygg- och fastighetssektorn står för 50 miljarder av de här och det är där vi har valt att vara. Vi har ungefär 2% marknadsandel idag så det finns en potential till tillväxt. Och som ni såg i filmen så handlar det både om kontor, det kan vara skolor och dagis, det kan vara simhallar, badhallar, det kan vara industrianläggningar, energianläggningar, kommersiella fastigheter, logistikcenters och också samhällsfastigheter kopplat till exempel Försvarsmakten. Och det finns också bostäder bland våra projekt, men det är en mindre del av vår verksamhet. Ungefär 10% har vi mot bostäder. Det här är PE idag. Vi finns på ett 20-tal orter från Stockholm ner till söder, men också några hubbar uppe i norr som också är en kommande viktig marknad. Vi är ungefär 830 personer idag och omsätter knappt 1 miljard. Vi hade en ebitda-marginal under 2022 på 4,9% och det är en stabil marginal som vi har haft ett tag. Apropå positionering så har vi blivit tydligare med vart vi vill vara och vad vi vill åstadkomma. Och det märks för vi har rekordnivåer på våran ENPS och våran NPS. Det vill säga hur kunder och medarbetare väljer att rekommendera oss till andra. Och det märks också i attraktionskraften. Fler och fler vill börja på PE. Vi har haft rekordmånga sökande till bolaget. När vi gick ut året så hade vi 33 personer i nettorekrytering för året. Alltså fler har börjat än som har slutat. Och det här är viktigt för framtiden, framförallt nu för starten 2023. Vi har en historia sedan 2006, alltid starkt fokus på tillväxt. Först var det organiskt och sen så har det skett via ett antal förvärv. Ett 50-tal sådana har det blivit med tiden och det är det som har format PE av idag. Från 2018 så börsintroduceras vi på small cap och sen följde några år av viss instabilitet och en pandemi som följde som gjorde också att vi minskade omsättning och i antal medarbetare. 2021 och framåt så satte vi den här tydligare strategin och sedan dess så har vi jobbat med att strukturera om, renodla, avveckla den verksamhet som inte passar med strategin men också decentraliserat organisationen, skalat bort chefsled för att göra den än mer kundnära och affärsorienterad som organisation. Så det finns nu en bättre plattform för att fortsätta tillväxtresan. En annan viktig del för att fortsätta tillväxtresan är att vi har velat förtydliga vår affärsmodell. Och det här har vi jobbat med under andra halvan av 2022. Den är väldigt enkel, vår affärsmodell, bygger på en decentraliserad organisation som tar stort affärsansvar långt ut i organisationen. Man har ansvar för kund, projekt och det här mäter vi också genom att vi mäter EBITDA-resultatet långt ut i verksamheten. Bygger på tillit, ansvar och engagemang. Annars består modellen av 4 delar. Våra medarbetare som är den viktigaste ingrediensen i modellen. Deras personliga och professionella utveckling är viktig och med ett lyhört ledarskap och ett proaktivt medarbetarskap så attraherar vi de bästa talangerna till PE. Kundfokuset får vi genom den decentraliserade modellen och här jobbar vi för att vi varje dag ska säkra att vi varje minut fokuserar på våra kunder och deras behov och vad de behöver. Det är så vi gör nytta. Vi möts i projekten där vi bidrar med våra råd, framförallt kopplat till hållbarhet, vår expertis och vår kompetens. Tillsammans både med över gränserna, med alla de kompetenser vi har, men också med partners och såklart med våra kunder. Det här skapar lönsam tillväxt och som koncern så fokuserar vi på att ha bra intern effektivitet och god kostnadskontroll. En enkel modell som vi håller på att implementera för fullt. När vi satte den nya strategin så satte vi också nya finansiella mål. Och de är 4 stycken. Vi ska ha en lönsamhet på 10% ebita över tid och idag ligger ett av våra 3 segment över den nivån. Vi ska växa årligen med 15%, både organiskt och med förvärvad tillväxt. Och vi tittar hela tiden på bolag som skulle kunna passa in med vår kultur och med vår affär. När det gäller vår kapitalstruktur så har vi ett mål att vår nettolåneskuld i förhållande till EBITDA inte ska överstiga 2,5 gång. Och sen har vi ett mål att kunna dela ut 30-50% av årets resultat, vilket vi gjorde 2021 och det ligger också som förslag till stämman att göra för 2022. I februari i år, 2023, så tog vi också ett viktigt beslut kopplat till våra hållbarhetsmål som vi förnyade. Och de här tätt sammankopplat med våra finansiella mål ska hjälpa oss att styra mot en långsiktig hållbar lönsam tillväxt. De är indelade i 3 områden, alla med väsentlig betydelse för oss. Det är 6 mål totalt. Och det handlar om att vi ska ge hållbar rådgivning och kunskapsdelning. Och det ska våra kunder märka av att vi bidrar till hållbarhet i deras uppdrag. De ska också rekommendera oss till andra på grund av det. Vi vill också vara en långsiktig hållbar arbetsgivare. Det ska märkas i att medarbetare rekommenderar oss till andra. Men också, vi jobbar för att ha en jämställd och en stor mångfald i vårt bolag. Så vi ska ha en 40-60 eller 60-40 jämlik organisation. Vi vill spegla samhället och vi tror enormt på att det här är viktigt för oss. Både för innovationskraft men också för lönsam tillväxt. Vi driver ett ansvarsfullt företagande, det 3:e målområdet och det gäller både oss själva men också våra leverantörer i alla led. Och vi vill också vara CO2-neutrala till 2030 så det här jobbar vi också mycket för att komma i mål med. Vi befinner oss i centrum för att kunna vara med och bidra till den här hållbara omställningen. Och vi vill inte bara följa den utan vi vill verkligen vara med och driva den. Så därför är det här en viktiga mål för oss som vi kommer att redovisa framöver kopplat till varje kvartal. Och det ska bli väldigt spännande att få göra det. Om man kommer till 2022 så var det året påverkat delvis av att vi avvecklade delar av vår verksamhet. Det märks i omsättningen där om man jämför åren så skiljer det 65 miljoner ungefär. Vi går ur året med en negativ organisk tillväxt på 2%. Glädjande är att vi i sista kvartalet ser en positiv organisk tillväxt. Och det här är viktigt, även om siffran eventuellt är något låg. Men sedan 2019 så har vi inte växt organiskt, så det är en viktig milstolpe. Vårt resultat, EBITDA-resultat, var 46 miljoner kronor. Och om man undantar de kostnader som vi har haft för avvecklad verksamhet så finns det ett underliggande resultat på 5,7% i EBITDA. Efterfrågan på våra 3 segment har varit god i stort sett och bygg och anläggning gör ett EBITDA-resultat på 12,5%. Fin marginal. Arkitektur och management gör också ett bra resultat men har ett något lägre resultat i sista kvartalet på grund av att man tappar något i debiteringsgrad och också har en hög sjukfrånvaro. Installation, vårt sista och tredje segment, har haft en utmanande tid med negativa resultat. Men sista kvartalet så ser vi en stark återhämtning både på tillväxt och resultat och man gör en marginal på knappt 5% i sista kvartalet. Och det är väldigt glädjande att vi ser att våra åtgärder här för installation ger resultat. Att vi ägnar oss åt rätt saker om dagarna, det jag pratar om våra kunder och våra projekt, det visar sig i debiteringsgraden. Och den är på en fin nivå på 75,5, den har ökat under året. Vi är dock inte nöjda här. Vi har timpriser som vi ser också fortsätter att öka. Ett viktigt verktyg som hela branschen jobbar med strukturerat och hela tiden öka våra timpriser för att möta den inflation som är speciellt viktigt idag. Ett annat viktigt verktyg för att möta inflationen är att fortsätta att rekrytera. Vi kommer att fortsätta med det framöver också. Och för att göra det så när vi gör det så utjämnar vi den lönekostnadsstruktur som vi har i bolag. Så det är en viktig ingrediens i den här tillväxtresan. Vi är ett lite mindre bolag som behöver mer människor för att skapa riktig lönsamhet. Framöver kommer vi fokusera på intern effektivitet, kostnadskontroll och PM-modellen som jag nyss beskrev. Apropå marknaden så har vi ju gått in i 2023 med ödmjukhet inför att de makroekonomiska effekterna, inflationen, räntorna, kriget i Europa kan komma att påverka våra kunder och så också indirekt oss på kort sikt. Och det är en mixad marknad just nu. Och det här är på kort sikt. På lång sikt så finns det stora megatrender som driver efterfrågan på våra tjänster. Digitaliseringen, urbaniseringen men också att mindre städer börjar växa. Man pratar om 15 minuters staden. Globaliseringen men också regionaliseringen. Säkerhetsfrågorna ytterst aktuella. Hållbarhetsfrågorna och alla regelverk som ställs på företag. Det här ökar efterfrågan av expertis som passar väldigt bra in i det erbjudandet som vi har. Och ingenjörer och arkitekter kommer att behövas framöver för att hjälpa till att fortsätta den här transformationen som vi är inuti. Företag behöver bli mer motståndskraftiga och resilienta och här kan vi hjälpa till att vara med och driva olika frågeställningar. För att summera, projektengagemang som investering är en investering i ett av Sveriges ledande konsultföretag som fokuserar på byggnader och dess närmiljö. Vi är också ett bolag som verkar på en marknad där marknaden drivs av de globala megatrenderna. Vi har tagit strukturella åtgärder från 2021 och framåt och är nu mer riggade för tillväxt. Och till sist så är vi ett företag som har en väldigt decentraliserad organisation, stort kundfokus, diversifierad portfölj med många fötter att stå på, 13 000 uppdrag och 4 000 kunder. Och det här brukar historiskt sett visa sig vara någonting som ger en stabilitet över konjunktursvängningar. Lite mer flavor om vad vi gör. Jag tycker de här 4 projekten beskriver väldigt bra bredden på våran portfölj. Det första som ni ser till vänster är forskaren. Här är ett innovativt forskningscenter för life science som vi jobbar med Sengun och Vectura fastigheter. Och vi har hjälpt till med el-tele, säkerhet men också ljusdesign och expertis runt solcellsanläggningen som finns på taket på det här fantastiska huset. Triple Zero och Logicenters är ett företag som vill bli koldioxidneutrala och ledande på det när det kommer till logistikfastigheter. Det tredje projektet är ett infrastrukturprojekt, för det gör vi också. Det är 1500 bostäder som ska byggas vid Väsby entré. Här skapar man en ny buss- och tågstation men också dagis och skolor och vi är med här som projekteringsledare. Och till sist en skola i Lund där våra landskapsarkitekter är med och hjälper till och formar lösningar för nästa generation och skapar bättre social hållbarhet för dem där de ska gå. Nu har jag pratat PM-modell, effektivitet och kostnadsmedvetenhet. Och en del i det är att vi ser potential i till att vi har en del överytor i våra lokaler. Vi ser också en potential i framtidens mer hybrida arbetssätt. Våra medarbetare är det viktigaste vi har och vi tror att arbetsplatsen kommer att vara än viktigare framöver. Vi tror dock att de kommer att kunna vara hälften så stora men dubbelt så effektiva och dubbelt så värdeskapande. Det här är viktigt för oss för våra finansiella mål. Det är viktigt för oss för kostnader såklart, men det är också viktigt för oss för våra hållbarhetsmål. Att kunna bli mer hållbara apropå miljö och klimat, men också för att kunna vara en långsiktig hållbarhetsarbetsgivare. Den viktiga mötesplatsen för att skapa innovation och attraktion. Vi ser en potential i besparingar och fram till och med 2025 på 40 miljoner och en årlig besparing från 2026 på 20 miljoner kronor. Och det här jobbar vi med från och med år framöver och kommer rapportera också framöver i varje kvartal hur framstegen fortskrider. Summerat, mycket av vår framtid ligger i våra egna händer. Vi har en kund- och portfölj som är väldigt mångfacetterad. Vi har både privata och offentliga beställare. Vi ser att våra kunder är återköpande och vi ser att de rekommenderar oss till andra. Vi ser att våra medarbetare också rekommenderar oss till andra. Som jag sagt så har vi rekordnivåer och det här är jätteviktigt för oss framöver. Vi är ödmjuka för att konjunkturen kan komma att drabba våra kunder och så indirekt oss under 2023. Och vi gör allt för att fokusera på våra kunder och deras omställning som de behöver ta. För omställningen måste fortgå. På lång sikt så drivs vår marknad av de underliggande stora trenderna, hållbarhet, regelverken. Och det skapar efterfrågan där våra tjänster verkligen möter den efterfrågan på ett bra sätt. Vår vision lirar väldigt väl med vad vi vill vara med och bidra till. Stort tack för att ni har lyssnat in på mig när jag har beskrivit projektengagemang. Jag hoppas att ni vill följa oss framöver mot 2025.
Tack så mycket Liselott. Jag tänkte följa upp med lite frågor och börja med det du var inne på slutet där med konjunkturen. Om vi kollar på den senaste branschstatistiken så målar den upp en rätt mörk bild där arkitekter och teknikkonsulter ser lite negativt på framtida pris- och orderboksutveckling kommande 6 månaderna. Jag tänkte bara fråga, delar ni den bilden eller ser ni på det lite annorlunda på grund av att ni gick igenom ganska mycket förändringar under 2022?
Både och, som jag sa så är marknaden mixad. Vi ser ju också att våra kunder måste ställa om. Och det som är framgångsrikt som konsultbolag är då att vara där och nära. För det kan inte stanna av omställningen. Det kunderna oftast gör är att de byter väg och bana. Och det finns andra saker som vi kan hjälpa dem med. Så vi delar ju bilden, men inser också, och också med viss erfarenhet av den här branschen under många år, att konjunktursvängar kommer och går, och det gäller att se till att vi är där och hjälper kunderna i deras utmaningar framöver väldigt, väldigt väl.
Om vi följer vidare på det spåret så verkar det vara lite spretigare bild på vad bolagen tänker sig kring anställningsbehovet. Vad är plan kommande året?
Vår plan är att fortsätta att rekrytera. Vi är ett bolag i den storleken där vi också behöver växa. Tillväxt för oss innebär också lönsamhet. Och vi ser att det finns kompetenser framöver som kompletterar vår affär, som också är ett måste för att komplettera vår affär bättre med det som kunderna kommer att efterfråga. Det sker en enorm utveckling hela tiden nu. Så att vi ser att vi behöver växa fortsättningsvis också.
Om vi fortsätter på personalen, så under 2022 och kanske lite under 2021 också, så har vi sett en väldigt hög rotation, eller att man byter arbetsgivare. Har ni sett något förändrat beteende på det ännu in i 2023?
Det är ju en stark efterfrågan på ingenjörer och arkitekter, och som jag sa så behövs det fler arkitekter och ingenjörer för att klara av den omställning som Sverige och näringslivet är i. Vi har ju haft en hög personalomsättning om vi går tillbaka ett par år, och den här ENPS:en som vi mäter att våra medarbetare rekommenderar oss är viktigt, för det har också gjort människor mår bättre, man känner att man utvecklas hos oss och man vill stanna. Så vår personalomsättning har gått ner och är nu i snitt med vad branschen ligger på. Vi ser att vi ligger nästan exakt som övriga på marknaden.
Toppen. Sen tänkte jag bara följa upp lite. Ni kommunicerade nyligen era nya hållbarhetsmål. Skulle du kunna berätta lite mer om hur ni ligger till idag mot de mål ni har satt upp och hur ni tror att det kommer gynna er på sikt?
Vi kommer att kommunicera de exakta siffrorna kopplat till nästa kvartalsrapport. ENPS:en och MPS:en är på rekordnivåer som jag sa. När vi jämför med kollegor i branschen så ligger de också över kollegor i branschen. När det kommer till hur vi bidrar i hållbarhetsprojekt så ligger vi och tangerar målen. Jämställdheten har vi jobbat med under många år. Den ligger också på branschsnitt kan man säga. Vi har en jämställd ledningsgrupp idag som är 50-50 kvinnor och män. Och vår CO2 avtryck är också någonting som vi har jobbat med under flera år. Men att just rapportera om det kvartalsvis kommer att vara viktigt, och det släpper vi nu då i första kvartalet. Men vi ser att vi tar oss åt rätt håll. Det finns mycket att göra med resor. Lokaler är en jättestor viktig fråga där med till exempel energi. Tomma lokaler är inte alls bra för klimatavtrycket.
Då kommer vi genast vidare på min nästa fråga, och det gäller ju då kostnadsbesparingsprogrammet som är kopplat till era kontorsytor. Har ni kommit igång med det initiativet på ett bra sätt? Och en andra fråga är, kommer det primärt innebära att ni kommer ha kontor på färre orter eller att ni skär ner på kontorsytan på de orter där ni redan har kontor?
Det kommer bli en mix av allt skulle jag säga. Vi har kommit igång bra om vi börjar med den frågan. Vi rapporterade ju i sista kvartalet redan 2 miljoner som vi hade avvecklat en lokal i Skövde. Där hade vi 2 lokaler. Det är ett exempel på att vi kanske inte har 2 lokaler på samma ort. Sen är det ju så att vi ser mest att vi har för stora ytor. Vi vill vara lokala, och vi tror också att det finns marknader där vi kan, nya marknader som vi kan vara på, som vi också tittar in i. Så att det kommer bli en mix i att få mindre lokaler på de orter vi är etablerade i, men vi kommer säkert in också att se nya orter som vi etablerar oss på.
Toppen. Och så avslutningsvis då, det har varit kul att följa de förbättringarna som ni har gjort under det här året. Om det nu skulle vara så att ni möter en svår marknad under 2023, vad skulle du säga blir nyckelfaktorerna för att stå redo när marknaden vänder upp igen?
Jag tror att de saker vi gör idag, eller jag är övertygad att de saker vi gör idag är helt rätt för att stå redo. För den här Vår affärsmodell som jag beskrev, den bygger egentligen på det som ett konsultföretag behöver vara bäst på varje dag. Stort kundfokus, stort ansvar långt ut för affären där de som kan affären tar ansvar. Och satsa på våra medarbetare som är vår viktigaste tillgång. Inte bromsa nu utan gasa där vi vet att vi kommer att behöva kompetenser framöver. Så att det känns som vi är väldigt trygga med att vi gör rätt saker just nu. Även fast konjunkturen ser något mixad ut.
Stort tack Liselott för att du kom hit och det ska bli jättekul att följa framtiden här.
Tack själv.
Hello and welcome everyone, both you attending here physically and all those of you who are listening in. My name is Simon Granat and I work as an equity analyst at ABG. And with me today, I have the pleasure of welcoming again a recurring guest, and that is Christian Sundin, who is at the helm of Formpipe. And for 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, he will present the company, and then we will follow up with a regular Q&A session. So with that said, Christian, please go ahead and present.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, thanks for joining everyone, both here physically and the ones out there online. I'm Christian Sundin, and I'm the CEO of Formpipe, been so for 16 years. The agenda I was planning to cover today is first go through Formpipe at a glance, who we are, what we do, what sort of values we create for our customers. And then I would like to revisit our strategy for accelerated growth that we initiated a couple of years ago with new financial targets. And I would like to take you on an update on where we are at that, how we're progressing, and so forth. And that ties into, of course, the financials in the end. How is that falling out for us, and what do we see coming next on this journey? So, we are Formpipe Software, listed on the Nasdaq, and we have today a market cap of approximately 1.3 billion Swedish. We are in the space of content services. We can call it that we are, case and document management, digital information, sort of everything around producing documents or processing documents. So you could compare us with an ERP system, but for words. And we also have a product for customer communication management. You can, for example, invoices out of an ERP system or other communication go into a customer, or get them from a customer into a core system at any company that uses an ERP system or a banking system. We are addressing the markets of public sector in Denmark and Sweden, where we are market leaders in both those countries on case and document management and digital information. Having our roots in the diarieföring, Swedish word for that, records management or register handling, or what we want to call that in English. And then we are addressing the private sector customer base through an international partner network around the globe. We finished last year on slightly below 500 million Swedish kronas, half a billion, and whereof the recurring revenue is 66% of that, i.e. 320 million Swedish. And we are growing those recurring revenue rapidly, which proves by the ARR summing up to 369, i.e. the recurring revenue ahead of us. And we are 283 people, mainly in Denmark, Sweden, UK, US and Germany. Going in to a little more depth on our product offerings. In the public sector space, we are really strong, as I said, on case and document management. That takes that's the actual heart, the core heart of a public sector customer. That has to do with keeping track of decisions, following processes, making sure that case handlers get it in the right time, and so forth. We're also really strong in grants management, which is paying out grants. For example, EU grants for farmers in Denmark, where is a big customer. But it's also a matter of grants for companies when we have very high energy prices, or when it comes a lot of people leaving their countries due to war, and there's those sort of grants. So we're handling grants to a large extent for our customers. And then at all of these cases that are created within the public sector customer, they need to be stored and be stored for a long time. So digital preservation is a big thing. It's also something that helps these customers, and any customer actually, to do their cloud journey, because old legacy system can be replaced with digital preservation system in the cloud in order to actually scrap old legacy system that is no longer used. So those are the main offerings, and then we have add-on on that, like digital signatures and so forth, that we sell to these customers in the public sector space. Then we have a complete separate part of our business that addresses the private sector, and that is the customer communication management product I mentioned. That product is named Lasernet, and it's an add-on to ERP systems, mainly Microsoft Dynamics, but it works for any ERP system, and banking system, and in our case, mainly with our strong partnership with banking system Temenos, but we just recently added 2 other banking system on our focus. Due to that, we made some deals with through those banking system, and can help also those customers with customer communication management. So that's where we are. So again, 2 legs, 2 strategies. In the public sector space, we have a really strong market presence in Sweden and Denmark. We have 500 existing customers. We are addressing those customers and trying to get closer to those with services, add-ons, deliver more value every day, and increasing what we're helping them with, taking them to the next level in the public sector digitalization journey every day. And if we should add this outside of Sweden and Denmark, that will be through acquisition to get a foothold in a country that way. Otherwise, our organic growth is within Sweden and Denmark on our core customer base. So in this case, we're a full service provider. We're providing both services, and we're providing the products on our products, and we're combining this. This is a profitable revenue growth we're having. In private sector, we have an even stronger opportunity of faster growth. The market is, if it's not unlimited, but borderline unlimited, being such a small company that we are. And we have had great traction with our partnering with Microsoft and their Dynamics ERP suite, and get a lot of help from in lead generation from Microsoft. And the same applies for Temenos, the banking system. We see that we are on a very big portion of their new customers. They tag along Lasernet to make their offering more complete. We have the recent years really invested in growing the support for our partner network around the world. This has been adding a lot of cost, a lot of resources on our private sector business. And we are doing that in order to accelerate the growth pace of our SaaS revenue. And in private sector, we're not offering services as per se. We do some services to help our partners, but we do not deliver our products ourselves. We have that and want our partners to take care of the services and have the delivery revenue on this customer space. I mentioned growth, and that we in early 2021 published new financial targets where we set out that we should increase the growth pace of our business, and to be having an annual growth of 10% over the time period 2021 to 2025. We came from a period, doesn't seem that much, we came from a period where we actually scaled down our business in terms of delivery revenue, and also shifting the business model from traditional license sales with a lot of on-prem licenses to now bringing that down towards 0. So combining those things is what we've done, and done that executed on that strategy very well, and improving the margin along the way. So with the new strategy and growth targets, since we are pursuing growth of SaaS revenue, which is recurring revenue, we see that it's a reasonable target to have at least 70% of our revenue should be recurring revenue coming 2025. And as you saw on an earlier slide, we're already on 66% on that. In the initial phase, this will and have taken a huge hit on our profitability short term, and I'll come back to that, but the scalability of this business model really will drive the margins back up again, and we have line of sight of that, and by the 2025 we will be up on 20 or above in terms of percentage on EBIT. And since this is a scalable business, which also a lot of the SaaS revenue that's paid in advance, and we're not tying up a lot of capital employed on our journey, meaning we will be able to combine growth with dividends to our shareholders with those margins that will be produced going forward. So with that said, I've just went through the targets, and the main focus is accelerating growth in the US and Europe, and we have invested a lot in capacity to support our partner network better, and thereby we have increased capacity to do so with more people on board. We will drive this with a high share of recurring revenue, as I already stated, and this has impacted our profitability short term in 2021 and 2022. However, we have now passed the turning point of that. We are now flattening out the investment. We think we have more or less the capacity we need, and with the really strong ARR growth we're having, I will come back to that, and flattening out the cost increase that employing more capacity has meant, the margins will come back, and we'll see that quarter by quarter on every comparison quarter. We will see how the increase of cost will flatten out, and the growth of recurring revenue will come stronger than the increase of cost going forward. So, leading that into evidence, in 2022 we had an ACV on 49 million. So does this investment in increased capacity pay off? Yeah, clearly. We have an ACV that's up 32% year on year in 2022. We also see then that we have a 369 million in ARR going out of 2022, which is a growth in ARR of 22% from 2021. So we're growing the ARR, which is the forward-looking recurring revenue, much faster than we're growing the top line right now. When the ARR comes to the profit and loss statement, it will provide improved margins for us. And we're up with 15% in recurring revenue. So part of this growth is already through you can already see that in the P&L as revenue recognition. So strong numbers in growth. However, we have not yet seen the profitability increase that will come from this growth of recurring revenue. Some details on the ACV. Looking on the ACV, I mentioned 47 million. That is without any FX effect. The FX, the foreign exchange, the currency revaluation effect has hurt us in margins, but it has benefited us in ARR. So the ARR contract portfolio is even stronger than the actual growth in new contracts for us due to the Swedish krona has weakened towards all international currencies, more or less. Meaning that we actually had an ACV including currency on 65 million last year and 44 million the year before. Meaning that we're gone from 260 to 369 in ARR in 2 years, 109 million in added ARR over 2 years. That's even stronger than the numbers I mentioned before. However, having said that, currency can fluctuate again, and if the Swedish krona is starting to strengthen compared to foreign currencies, of course that will have a negative effect on the ARR. That's why we choose to describe our ACV without the currency ARR revaluation. So by business area, we can see that it's private that is the spearhead of driving the ARR growth in our business. And yeah, as already stated, 369 in outgoing ARR. And when looking on then what that means for the P&L, yeah, we have a strong recurring revenue. It's more than 65%. I said 66 on the first slide. And that's a growth year on year on 15% in Q4. We have from 2014 actually grown the recurring revenue with more than 10% per year in compound annual growth rate. And our recurring revenue now covers more than 80% of our fixed operating cost, which gives stability, lowers risk. But as I said, we are at a turning point, and you can see that on that graph there, where we're now starting to flatten out how the cost increase compared to the increase in revenue is taking a turn upwards, and it will continue to do so. And we have clear line of sight of our financial targets for 2025. This will come gradually, quarter by quarter, but stable growth of the profitability. And looking on the SaaS specifically, not all the recurring revenue, because there's support and maintenance agreement, but what we really have pushed for is the SaaS revenue. And here we can see from early 21, when we initiated this growth investment and started to have more capacity to go for this market opportunity, how quarter by quarter the ACV has become stronger and stronger. And this is without any FX effect in these numbers. These are the ACV numbers without any help from FX. Meaning, and then ending, going from 55 million when we entered 2021 to now leaving 2022 with 125 million Swedish kronas in ARR on SaaS. So strong growth. And while bragging, I will put the spotlight on the thing we really pursued hard with increased resources. That is the international growth of Lasernet. And here we can see that we have a compound annual growth rate of SaaS revenue for Lasernet on 65% since we started this in the beginning of 2021. So 2 years compound annual growth rate of 65%. So are we on the right trajectory compared to our financial targets? Yeah, affirmative. That's confirmative. That's we're really on the right path for this. And as I said, we will see the EBIT coming back through our P&L the coming years here, gradually, quarter by quarter. So that was what I was intending to cover. I hope I kept myself in time.
Thank you, Christian. You certainly kept yourself in time. I think the main takeaway I draw from this is the growth journey that you're currently on. However, it has pressured margin, as you've been clear upon, both during the time that you announced the growth strategy and also in the aftermath. And now you see a trajectory of improving margins ahead. Could you talk a little bit on what will drive the margins going forward?
It is all business areas, actually. Denmark has been a stable business area during all this transition period. Actually, it's been slightly pushed downwards, but it's a stable, cash-generating, high-margin business, really, with solid customer base, a lot of recurring revenue, long-term relationships. So there will not be a lot of that. In Denmark, we will continue very much as we're doing. However, helped with a big agreement signed last year with the customer Landbrugsstyrelsen that will also provide growth to us. So no big drama in Denmark. Denmark has always been a full service provider. We've always had our own delivery capacity and being close to the customer base. In Sweden, however, we have shifted business model during these 2 last years. That I didn't highlight very clearly in this presentation. I now identify, but we came from having partners delivering our products to now being a full service provider, and that's meaning us taking on more staff to that, and we've done that. And now you can see that already if you go looking on our accounts. You can see the improvement already from the last year, from Q4 last year to Q4 this year. And if you go back, you can find that every quarter in 2022 that we are on the path there, and we are getting to decent margins. They will continue to improve, but that's also doing more of what we're already doing. We are on the right path. We are now a full service provider, and we will take the responsibility for our customers' entire environment in terms of case and document management and so forth, which we haven't done before, where we've handed that off to partners. So in public sector Sweden, we will actually grow service revenue as well. However, it's very tightly connected to to be taking full responsibility of the whole for a public sector customer in Sweden. So again, it's doing more of the same, which we are on the right path of doing, and it's also you're seeing those margins coming through already, but they will continue to improve also during 2023. So that is Denmark and Sweden. Not a lot of drama, even though it's more drama and a bigger shift in Sweden than in Denmark. But a big thing is that huge investments in the private sector, where we added on a lot of capacity. And clearly, you can see the ARR, a lot of it is in private sector, the ACV growth. When that comes in to the P&L, the margins will automatically, we can't really keep them down unless we continue to recruit in the same pace that we've done before. We will still add cost and recruit more people. And the outside world, as it looks right now, that actually makes it possible to find talent in a better way, where a lot of other very forward-leaning tech companies are now taking one step back. That opens the possibility for us to actually add on a little bit more capacity. But those costs will not be able to meet the growth in the revenue that we will see from the ARR that we already have won. And of course, we will continue to add on more and more ACV when they're by more ARR, but that's doable with more or less the same staffing that we're already having. So all those three combined leads to better margins.
That's very interesting to hear. And in the last report, you mentioned that you have also expanded into new banking platforms. It's Mambu and Thought Machine that were mentioned. And previously, we know that you've had a strong relationship with Temenos that has been certainly emphasized or enhanced over recent years. What does it mean for you to add more partners or platforms for Lasernet? Will you add on more? What does these two agreements mean for you?
Yeah, I mean, we find those banking platforms super interesting. They've come to us. They've seen what we do for Temenos, and Temenos is still very, very much our main priority in the banking industry. However, the innovative power of these sort of new upcoming platforms, they've been clear that they will never have the ambition of building a strong customer communication management tool. So their customer needs an add-on in order to sort out the things that Lasernet is doing for the banking platforms. And we had a very focused position towards Temenos. So they came to us and asked, can you open up a little bit? And then we will adopt so we can use Lasernet on our customers. And that's where we're heading now. We're making our product Lasernet more available for other platforms to add on to rather than us doing a lot of coding in Lasernet. We make it more generic, stronger API, making it possible for more and more platforms to adopt and take that into their offering. But we are not in the same way as Temenos collaborating on every deal. However, we find it super interesting that guys like Thought Machine and Mambu wants to add our product to their offering, and that of course increases the market potential for us to support in more platforms. So that's great.
Certainly verifies that they believe the product is good. Looking in your public sector, you have a quite broad product offering, or at least you show a bunch of them. But in private, it is a much more slim portfolio.
Yep.
Could you look into adding more products, either organically or through M&A within private, or is it all about Lasernet, which is certainly doing well?
I mean, it could make sense. If you take a Dynamics platform, for example, the ERP system, Microsoft Dynamics, when a customer decides to buy that ERP system, they go to a partner. That partner says that, yeah, the standalone product do have document management, but it's not that flexible. You can't configure it for your specific needs. If you want to do that, you need a specific product for that, and we propose Lasernet. And then very often that brings both profitability for the partner and for us, and gives a better solution to the end customer, and that's perfect. The same partner very often says, if you want to have an efficient accounts payable process, authorizing the incoming invoices, you also need a separate product, like the sign-up product, Xflow or Palette or something like that. If some similar, and there's other add-ons for every implementation of a big platform like Dynamics. If you can find a partner or you find a product that has the same sort, adding another value on the top of that platform, and you can combine those companies, of course you can cross-sell everything, and you then have incrementally double the size of your partner network. That would make sense in terms of industrial logic and synergies, if we can. But yeah, we do not see that it's our top priority, since we have so strong possibility of organic growth here, and we see we're still a small fish in a huge pond, or perhaps a sea. But that's so. In order for us to have excellent growth ahead, we do not see acquisitions as a requirement for that. We see strong growth organically.
Interesting to hear. In Q4, you also mentioned a couple of new deals. One with Lantbruksstyrelsen that was announced, and then there was also another deal in the Swedish public sector. And it was the reason I mention it and I want to talk about it is because it were quite large deals. And what would you say makes you win these larger agreements in this market?
Yeah, when it comes to that specific deal, it is a customer with extreme security requirements, and we're really strong on that. I mean, we both our product develop all the way from product development out to our entire way of working. We're ISO 27001 certified, and we work with very high security requirements, and having already won such clients before, we're proven. So we have a sort of a competitive edge when it comes to security requirements on our platforms.
You've been in the industry for a quite long time with exhaustive experience, and we're now talking about perhaps a slower economy, or perhaps it's already here in 2023. How would you say that the public sector is usually performing in these type of times, and given your own operations in those areas?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of resilient. Quite obvious. It's actually the government very often says that, especially in Denmark, they go out with directives saying you should do as you normally do. But it seems to be that it doesn't really go all the way always. There are smaller municipalities will have financial problems, and investing then in a new system would so I don't see the number of tenders being affected a lot, but they will not be record high either. On the other hand, keeping your old system will be the wise choice when you're in risk of missing your budget. And since we have such a big market share, actually that's not too bad either, and then rather invest in making that a little bit more efficient. So I would say in the public sector we're quite resilient on those sort of shocks.
Thank you so much for that answer and for being here. I realize that we are running out of time, so thank you so much for attending here today, Christian.
Thanks for joining.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me now, I have the CEO of I-Tech, Philip Chaban. Philip, please take it away.
Thank you, and nice to be here. Despite the snowstorm, we managed to get ourselves into this conference room with great energy. And we look forward to walk you through this presentation, which is a bit odd. It's about biochemistry applied in marine coatings and used then in the global shipping community. So that's what we're here to talk about. I-Tech is interface technologies. It is not an IT company. It's actually a biotech company. We are coming through a year with a tremendous success. We have a great growth, we have good earnings, and we are supported by global mega trends in efficiency of shipping, and also on regulation starting locally in parts of Asia around the coatings themselves. And the 1% limit here is a biocidal limitation that we'll come back to briefly later. But a very strong year that we will talk a little bit more about. But first, the company. The company is listed, Nasdaq First North. It relies on strong IPR, so it controls both downstream and upstream IPR. Most importantly, it controls regulatory approvals, which is a lot more effective in this business. And that's what we have in general, except a large team and all that, of course, a large team, a good team, I should say. We are driven by making shipping more efficient. Although we're an ingredient technology in the paint bucket, the purpose is to resist biofouling on the hull. And biofouling creates drag, and that's something we don't want to have. So avoiding that makes shipping efficient. And sustainability comes along with that, because saving fuel saves emissions to air. In addition, this strong little molecule also replaces or is capable of replacing other ingredients in the coatings that can optimize the chemical loadings within those paints. And as I mentioned, it's an ingredient technology. We call it Selektope. I'll inform soon about how that name is composed. And it has a huge scalability as a company. It's been a very long story. I won't go through all this, but typically startups are not this long, but we are very happy that we survived all those first 15 years before things started to take off. There are some synergies here, or some very alike things with the pharmaceutical development plans. It takes for ages. It takes about 10 years even to get a first regulatory approval on the authority side. Then it takes 5 to 10 years on your side to get in all the papers. So that explains why this takes time. We won't get deep into that, but we will explain what drives us to go to work every day, even a snowy day like this. First of all, the shipping community is responsible for around 2.6% of global CO2 emissions. That's the number of the entire emissions footprint from Germany. So it's a huge contribution. And the reason for that is that we're a global infrastructure, right? Things are produced in one country and shipped to the other. So a lot of goods, probably 80% of everything we buy has been on a ship. To reduce this footprint without harming the globalization is essential. The other part is the marine ecosystems. Going into the waters, you find a certain marine ecosystem, and in another area you'll find another one. But if you start to transfer things between, they will get mixed up, and that's a danger. You can have the risk of invasive species that are then blocking off and destroying the local community of species where you are, and that is undesired. And there's regulations around that, as well as we're seeing parts of the world, at least one of the big shipping countries, starting to put their finger on the necessity of overloading chemicals in a coating to achieve a certain effect. And in this context, we as a biotech ingredient company can help reduce those loadings. So less chemicals can be should be leached out to the environment without compromising the other two aspects. This is what drives us to go to work. So what are we then doing? Well, we have a very specific molecule that attaches to is consumed by the barnacle larvae when they approach the surface, provided that the molecule is available in the surface. That then triggers receptor stimulation, a natural receptor stimulation. In this case, the barnacle goes hyperactive and is forced to move away. It cannot settle. So it relies then on biotechnology. The other part is that it's the shape of the molecule is such that it really sticks very well into the paint. And that is the two secrets why this works so well. The effect of this is that it's super specific. It doesn't affect any other animals. It doesn't cause any harm to anything else at the recommended concentrations. And it is then repellent, so it doesn't cause any risk of resistance buildup, which is one of the upcoming issues on other technologies potentially. So moving these creatures away from your surface to your competitor surface is a good thing. And to avoid the buildup of barnacle shells, which is the things that create a big drag, that creates a huge fuel saving potential. I'm not saying that every ship looks like this, but I'm saying that in a worst case, it can look like this. And it's about ensuring yourself that you don't have a ship that looks like that. Because if you do, you're looking at 40 to 80% extra drag to move that ship the same distance forward. It's a tremendous risk that you're subject to if you don't take the right decisions on coating technology. And that is why Selektope is now introduced to the paint. Selektope, selective, it affects the octopamine receptor, Selektope. So what is then a paint consisting of? So it's a coating layer and it's a water, right? And the secret here in the normal traditional coating systems is to move binder system, which is the thing that puts the paint together, with the biocides and move them gradually out to the surface, and then they are leached out. We are part of the biocide pack, so we are part of those yellow dots in here, right? So it's about moving these steadily, consistently through the paint over a 5-year system. And that should be designed in a way that it adapts to the speed of the ship, the salinity of the water, and the temperature of the water. So it's quite advanced. Most coatings that are sold on the shipping market contains biocide. I would say more than 90% would contain biocides. 85 to 90% are self-polishing, meaning that this red layer is down to 0 at the end of the 5-year cycle. So what is leached out is quite important. All these, and there's another system called silicones, which are not leaching, reducing their thickness, but that have other modes of action. Slipperiness that takes away the fouling. Even those systems contain biocides. Okay, so all the functioning marine coatings are containing biocides, right? So what is then a biocide? Biocide is something that's a biological effect, something that affects biology, but it's not physical, right? So a light system would not qualify as a biocide, but any chemical compound that has an effect, even if it's not lethal, it still is a biocide. Okay, so we're on the borderline here. We don't kill, we create the flight mode, but we're still classified as a biocide. We're only 8 such agents in the whole world, molecules. 8 such molecules available to the paint makers that are then producing all of these paints. And that is a very low number to start with, because the biological spectra is quite large. And we are the only one that has this repellent mode of actions. We're even the only one that has any effect below 1%. In fact, we have an effect at 0.1%, right? Which makes it possible to combine with any other ingredient in those coatings, which is not true for the other 7 compounds. So that's one good thing, important thing. Normally, a coating contains 2 or 3 days biocides, so a Selektope needs to be formulated alongside something else. So it's not solving the full problem. And that's important to know. So it's a combination of a few biocides, the binder system, that creates the effect. Now, this was a coating lecture because I thought it was time to do so here, first time at ABG. The business model to produce this biocide and sell it and make money of it is as follows. Super complex factory that we don't own. We have only a supply agreement. We own the IPR. We own everything, how to do, so to say, the tech pack. But we let someone else do it. This is then shipped in a smart container. Now, remember I talked about the 0.1%. That's tremendously small amounts, right? That's a few grams per liter of paint, which means we can be very innovative in how we supply this material. We supply to the big paint makers in a closed canister that's like a dishwater tablet. So you just take it out of the rigid container, you put it in the production system, and it dissolves, so you're not exposed to the powder. Okay. So sophisticated factory with an intelligent way of shipping and delivering the powder to markets where we have regulatory approvals and everything in between, by the way, because they're non-regulated, the gray ones. And then we ship and sell to the big paint makers in the world. 3 of the 9 largest are displayed here. Out of those 9, 6 control 80 to 85% of the global market. We don't have a massive number of customer calls to make. We have about 9 big customers to care about. A few more on the leisure boat side, but that's about it. Now we're coming into the scalability of the case, right? We don't even see the material. We're 10 to 15 people in the case, right now 10, plus a few consultants. But with 15 people in total or something like that, we can serve all of these clients and 5-fold today's revenues. Everything is already set up. The production plant, the customers, the distribution systems, the approvals. And the good thing is that all those 9 customers are on it. So if everyone is developing around this technology, not saying it's going to be the only solution to all the problems, not saying they will only go with Selektope. No, that won't happen. But some of them are really into it, like the top one, which is Shikoku Marine Paints. We can disclose, that's not a secret. They're ongoing with research, they like the idea, they try to twist. They have new building products on the market, so new building is for new build ships. They have dry docking products on the market, which is a volume market. 10,000 ships per year are getting new paint. And then we just follow on and see that we have a good relation to all the 9. 3 of those are on both those different product markets. 6 of them are new buildings. 2, we believe, have a fair chance, given their current stage in the R&D, in the product development portfolio, to actually come up with new products within the next 12 months. That's our own estimation. So very good customer position. Long relationships, 10 years with each of these. They know me before I was gray in my hair. So the ships that we are mostly focusing on together with the customers is these guys. They have a tremendous fuel bill. A small, medium size of these ones is 25 tons per day. A large one is 200 tons fuel, diesel per day. That's a massive amount of fuel. They gain a lot of having clean hulls. It's worth money, a lot of money. So that's where we all start. And the good thing is that every year, 10 to 15,000 of these need to come into dry dock. It's not a choice. They have to. It's a 5-year cycle. And knowing that's about 55,000 of these vessels, not all that big, but then divide that by 5, sometimes 4, depending on the strategy, you have a lot of ships to target every year. On top, you have 1,500 new builds per year, which is a small number compared to dry dock. So it's all about getting into dry dock market. Then we have work boats and leisure boats. Different case, less of interest for this more expensive coatings at the moment. But that gives you a glance of where we are. I talked about mega trends. One is the design of a ship, put in place January 1st, 2023. How good is your ship on a scale? As of your design decisions, the bulb, the shape of the ship, the engine choice, the propeller choice, right? Things you don't change. That's in works as we speak. From January 1st, you also start to measure how good you are year on year in improving your efficiency. Nothing to do with the choice of engine, nothing to do with the shape of the ship, but a lot to do on how efficiently you operate the ship. Could be the captain's behavior, could be advanced propulsion optimization systems, and it can be the coatings. Generally, 20% of this will be impacted by the coating itself. So this is a huge driver for continuously improving efficiency and investing in good technology like coatings. We talked about marine ecosystems. Just recently, a few of these big cruise ships were trying to, on their scheduled route, approach Australian harbors. They were denied. They were denied because they were fouled. And fouling means risk of bringing in alien species. Could be invasive species. So authorities said, you're not allowed in here. Go away. Go somewhere else. And somewhere else means out in the non-territorial waters with a diver that cleans it. And that cleaning process destroys your coating, which means you're up in dry dock half a year from now probably. And that was not a good financial experience because obviously you had to take all that time and cost of the diver, but the more problematic thing was probably all the passengers you brought around that couldn't reach their destinations, right? I think they skipped half of its scheduled port calls. And
that's away from the specification of the trip they were claiming. So this is another important area, very much related to the coating and the maintenance of the coatings. All right, we skipped the quarter, look to the year. A strong year development. We've been in the business long, so for us this is a dream coming true. For you it's probably expectations. But we've been in here quite some time before we even knew what a dollar was. And now it's taking off. And it's taking off after some years of quite moderate growth, which investors were quite upfront with. And now we're back in a situation where it is growing to not only growing, but profitable growth as well. As you can see, there is currency effects in this, I should say, right? But the growth in the year was 33% if you take away the currency effects, 58 in total. And EBITDA margins are getting more and more solid. Looking at the scalability of the case I talked about, here's the evidence that it may actually be true what I'm saying here, right? We may actually be able to deliver this. And for the first time, a really strong positive net result. Opportunities driven by mega trends, the growing customer base, and enhanced activity in all these R&D departments, driven then mainly by the top aspect here that they need to improve and reduce their biocidal or chemical loadings in general. But there are also risks. There's regulations on chemicals that is always an issue in the debate. PFAS things, not related to this, but as an example, things will happen in the chemical industry, and this is a challenge for all of us. And cost performance is always a balance because a ship is 5 years in operation. It takes time to prove a higher price for a coating. It's not just replacing. And the raw material situation in general has been managed extremely well so far, but we cannot guarantee that at some point that might cause a challenge. Our last slide is about our outlook. And knowing that we're now happy to be growing quite a lot with one customer, should be said, we are not in a position to start to put real numbers out here saying that we will have a 30-50% growth per year or anything like that. It's still some things that need to be in place before we see a more consistent baseline to make such judgments. So instead we say that we will grow. It is looking really promising on the growth side, and guess what? It will be profitable as well. And that is basically what we will say. The important thing to keep control of is our general reporting like this and the customer development, which we hope will then be with all those 9 customers rather than one, which is the main driver at the moment. By that, I say thank you and look forward to questions.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to some questions.
Yep.
First of all, I just have to ask, how did you come up with this idea, this solution, and applying it to this problem?
First of all, this is a long story, right? So I have not been part of the first phase. It originates actually out of a Swedish interest and initiative to save our own waters. As back in the days, there were very troublesome chemicals used in the coatings. Extremely efficient, but with a very bad footprint in the environment. So the idea was to try to come up with something that at least could protect our own pleasure boats in Sweden, right? And they put together a very interesting team of scientists, both on the chemical side, but also on the biology side and on the pharmaceutical development side, so to say, right? And then they started to figure out which of all these species to care about. Well, it's the barnacles. They are the public enemy #1 in the industry. That's why you use the TBT. That's why you use the 50% loadings of copper oxide and all that, which was the target at the time. And thanks to the group of the setup of the group, they started to look into DNA. How can you actually trigger these to not come here at all? Because when they come, they glue very hard. And that's the problem, right? Once that happens, you're done. So how to make them not want to come here at all? Well, then they come up with analyze the receptor stimulate the DNA, and it identified the receptors. This is pharmaceutical development, as you know. You try to screen molecules that fits into a certain receptor, and then you hope and hold your hat that actually creates an interesting behavior. It should have fallen asleep, because that's what happens if we consume this molecule, which you should not do, by the way, but if it happens. These guys got hyperactive, and that was pure luck on this specific molecule. There were other molecules identified that should have triggered that, but this one did. So that's a large amount of patience, luck, and obviously know-how from university researchers. That's how it started.
Very interesting. Could you tell us a bit more about the competition in this space? Who are your competitors, and how good is your IP protection with regards to
Right.
this?
So the competition is mainly on the selection of components to give a certain effect, right? So I had one slide here trying to be a little more detailed than normal about how paint works. So there are 8 different biocides. We know that all paints today, silicones or self-polishing, that have a proven strong performance over a 5-year period contain biocides. Okay. Then it's a matter of selecting them at the moment. And there's 8. Only 3 of those have a pronounced effect on barnacles. Right. So you can either upload your coating with a lot of copper oxide, which is a traditional way to do it. You get a certain performance, right? Or you can go for Econia, which is another non-metallic biocide. Also gives you a good barnacle protection. Or you could do only Selektope, and you can do Selektope in combination with any of those others, which is a good selling point for us, because all these agents are needed. The question is, how can we combine this in the most optimal way? So in one way we have competition, right, in terms of high loadings of copper or Econia, right? But we don't see it like that. We see that we need each other. We can either boost their performance if they wish to formulate with any of those 2, or we can help reduce those levels for the sake of a sustainable storyline. Then there is non-biocidal coatings, and that's a competition as well, but that's mainly for Swedish leisure boats.
All right, all right. So you said that the last year was pretty much where sales started growing significantly. Why do you think that was? What happened?
Well, it was driven mainly out of Asian-based customers to start with. The main customer, the strongest contributor to the top line, again proved that there's a new level in their product portfolio with our technology. So during COVID, they expanded the product portfolio by double, right, 100%. And those products are now getting into the waters and getting into the sales process, and that generates a new revenue line, right? Because more products generate more sales for us. So they have taken a stronger approach to us. But it's not only that; it's the fact that we have 6 of the 9 biggest as customers. Most of them are new building, yes, but our footprint in new building is getting quite big. And that's the nature of this technology, that it can sustain very long times in idling. Idling means don't move, you don't move, right? And that's where you have the fouling challenge. And with the power of our molecule, you can extend that idling quite a bit, either by combination of what we just talked about in terms of the biocides or alone. And that's what drives it.
Thank you very much for that. That's all we have time for. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, why don't I think it's Benjamin is having some technical difficulties. Why don't I just kick off with the presentation, then I assume we'll go into Q&A. Are you there, Benjamin?
I am so sorry for the delay.
No worries. Good to see you. And now the sound is off again. Okay. All right. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Benjamin, and thanks ABG for hosting us here today. I am gonna go through a short profile presentation on the company, and then we will have some room for Q&A. All right, if we can go to the first slide, please. Aktier is, I would say, a mid-sized global medical device company operating in two sub-segments of the broader orthopedics market, more specifically in bracing and supports and prosthetics. We operate or have direct operations in 36 countries today, and around 4,000 full-time employees working in mainly in the, I would say, the more mature healthcare markets of the world, and I'll get back to that point a little later. Aktier is an innovation-driven business. We invest around roughly $30 million in R&D every year, and we have around 2,000 patents with regards to how technology is used to increase mobility, mostly for individuals that have a chronic mobility challenge. The company has always been profitable and always had good growth since Aktier was listed on the stock exchange in 1999. Since listing, the company has grown on average 17% per year, which has been a healthy combination of organic and external growth. Aktier is listed in Copenhagen, and our majority shareholder is the Demand Invest Foundation. Now, if you go to the next slide, please. Here we have a snapshot of the two product segments that we play in, prosthetics and bracing and support. Aktier, starting with prosthetics, Aktier, this is our legacy business. This is where we originate from. The companies established around the prosthetic side. And Aktier, we manufacture everything, or all the components that are needed to build a prosthetic leg. And we look at our business as, from a product standpoint, it's both mechanical products and what we refer to as bionics. Bionics are products that have some sort of sensoring capability or algorithms or artificial intelligence that help the user move more, let's call it freely or more normally. And this is roughly 20% of our product sales in prosthetics today, the bionics part, while mechanical products, that's where most of the volume is for us. And this is for the market in general. But what we've seen over the last years is gradually, at least in the more where you have well-developed healthcare system, this gradually you have our gradual increased penetration of amputees having access to bionics. On the bracing and support side, 37% of our sales in 2022, a fairly broad product range for a fairly broad set of indications. But the main principle here is we have products that are used for a short time for treating some sort of injury or some sort of rehabilitation phase after an injury or after a knee replacement surgery or some other traumatic events that have impacted ligaments or muscles, so that need some sort of recovery or rehabilitation period. It's worth mentioning also that most of the products that we sell and are utilized again in mature healthcare markets are ultimately paid for by some sort of reimbursement system, either public or private. It's also important to note that where we are seeing the biggest volume growth in our business today, which is in private pay markets. outside of reimbursement, that's around 10% of our ultimate sales today are in these markets. And that's if you go to the next slide, please. Here you have our geographic footprint. Our sales are very much concentrated around Americas, Canada, UK, France, Benelux, Germany, Scandi countries. This is where we have the best established processes and best access to good prosthetic care globally, while we are increasingly building a presence in other markets where healthcare systems are developing, but also participating in the private pay market. Össur is headquartered here in Iceland. Here we have R&D for prosthetics, some manufacturing. We also manufacture in Mexico and in China. And as previously stated, the center of gravity is in these mature, well-developed healthcare systems. And one more slide on just the structural aspects around the market. If you go to the next slide, please. Here you have an overview of the prosthetics market and bracing market. Prosthetics market is a $1.4 billion market, reasonably consolidated. You have Otto Bock as the largest player in this market, and Össur second with 23 to 24% market share. Here we go to market through orthopedic and prosthetic clinics. And what drives growth in prosthetics in its most simple form is that in the more developed markets you have gradually more access to higher quality bionics or higher quality prosthesis, so more like a mixed growth. The average or the number of amputees is maybe growing low single digit, while in many on the emerging market side is more volume-driven growth in private pay markets. On the bracing and support side, it's a bigger market. It is more fragmented here. Össur is among a group of companies that is second in size to Enovis, which is the biggest player in the market with about 20% share. And here it's more volume-driven growth, and it's these traditional healthcare growth drivers, an aging population, more active population, more healthcare consumerism that drives volume growth for bracing and support products. Route to market, again, orthopedic and prosthetic clinics, but also hospital and orthopedic clinics and orthopedic surgery centers. Now that completes, let's say, the descriptive part in terms of where we compete, the underlying growth dynamics, and the competitive or industry structure, if we will, in these two product segments. If you go to the next slide, please, and here we have some of our key themes when it comes to how we talk about our priorities when it comes to growing the business. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is a pretty fundamental picture in terms of how to think about the growth in prosthetics. Now, most of our business every year, most of the products that we sell every year are used to maintain existing legs. There's an amputee population out there that consistently needs to maintain, upgrade, and renew their mobility solution. And what has driven value growth in the prosthetics market over the last decades is that gradually more amputees are having access to better and higher quality products, thereby obtaining a functional upgrade in their mobility levels. And you see here some examples of on the upper right corner, you have the more advanced products. Advanced meaning some sensoring capability, some capability to help the user move more freely. And this is a fundamental aspect of our business. We're in the business of innovating and creating technology that is efficient, obviously, for those that need these products, but also for those that need to pay for these products. So even though higher quality prosthesis, all else equal, are more expensive than simpler solutions. They are still efficient for the systems that ultimately pay for these solutions, because all else equal, you will have an individual that is less likely to have other problems in their body. They're less likely to be more mobile. They're less likely to fall, which leads to injuries, which can lead to hospitalization and time away from work, etc. So these health economics, this is ultimately what it's all about. Again, we need to convince payers that this is the case, and payers approach this topic in a very different way, country by country, market by market. But this is, in essence, the job in prosthetics, is to grow the utilization of higher quality mobility devices that all else equal increase the quality of life for those that need these products. When it comes to other growth themes, if you can go to the next slide, please. Geographic expansion is a major topic for us. Most of our businesses, as I mentioned earlier, generated in the more mature global markets, but there's a growing awareness, let's say, and a growing ability to invest in good solutions in markets which have perhaps a less developed healthcare system, and this is where we have seen the biggest or the highest relative growth rates in our business in the last decade. That is in these new markets, and we focused on China in recent years, Brazil, Southeast Asia, other markets that are really building infrastructure and increased ability to access good prosthetic solutions. Another key theme in the industry is what we refer to as expanding in the value chain. Össur has done that also through acquiring and owning companies that are servicing the people that need our products, and also providing solutions for our O&P clinical customers that help them around and streamline the process around customizing what needs to be customized for each and every individual. So there are opportunities for manufacturers or companies that are historically manufacturers of components to stretch into other revenue streams and take a bigger part of the overall value chain in the mobility industry. And then finally, acquisitions have always been a part of our history. We have been, or we've looked for acquisition opportunities that strengthen our ability to execute on our strategy. A good example of that was the acquisition of Naked Prosthetics that we completed a few months ago, which is a company that manufactures fingers for partial hand amputees, and then strengthens our ability to serve that patient group or that population group, let's say, better. So we'll continue to monitor acquisition opportunities, both again with regards to taking a bigger part of the overall value chain, and also from a technology product standpoint and market access standpoint. If you go to the next slide, please. Here we have a little bit around financials. The business has, let's say, pre-COVID grown consistently around 5 to 6% organic, with a few extra or with some added growth on top from acquisitions. Business declined, and the only year we've not grown historically is the year 2020 with COVID, but have rebounded reasonably well in 21 and have grown in all regions and markets here in 22, although that was a bit impacted by these macro challenges like the war in Ukraine and some supply chain complications. Margins reasonably stable, growing, marginal expansion year over year when we adjust for, there's a lot of things blurring this picture, currency, acquisitions, but the underlying margin improvement in the core business has been has been rather stable. Go to the next slide, please. Yes, a little bit of historical overview around cash generation, free cash flow, always consistently strong, again with a little bit of exception last year due to the supply chain complications. We tried to, or our objective is to maintain net debt to EBITDA 2 to 3 times, and have been returning capital to our shareholders through mostly share buybacks. Next slide, please. Our sustainability commitment is we've always had an ambitious plan around being a responsible citizen and being and have had an ambitious plan around the factors that we can influence on the sustainability side. Our biggest contribution is to overall health and well-being. That's where we influence the biggest. We have the biggest influence, helping people have more active and more healthy lives. And but we've also had an ambitious plan around other factors that are under our influence. I think I'm sort of I think for time's sake, if we are to have a few minutes for questions, I think I'll pause there, Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Sven, and thank you for the thorough presentation. And my sincere apologies for the technical issue at the beginning of the presentation.
No worries.
I thought I was over that after 2 years of using Teams during lockdown, but there is still some fine tuning apparently. So to jump into the Q&A part of this presentation, Sven, could you just remind us how does your sales split look in terms of new customers and recurring customers? And also, when I ask that question, it's in regards to your focus on new geographical markets. So obviously, when you enter these markets, you are gaining new customers. So just to get an idea of the cost of acquiring a new patient in these markets, is that higher or lower than in the markets where you're already at?
Yeah, that's a great question. We generally estimate that around 80% of our product sales in prosthetics are used to maintain existing legs, let's say, and that is, and it's a good reminder that I mean, an amputee will always need to maintain their prosthetic leg, and they will renew. And the reimbursement cycle differs between countries, but you need to upgrade, and you will want to upgrade, and you will want to search for what are the right options for you, and you will need to, and some parts of the leg need to be changed and maintained a couple of times per year. So every new patient will have a lifespan, and these individuals will need to, over that whole lifespan, maintain their leg, and this is so it is very much like a maintenance business, recurring business to a very large extent, and that's where we are. And again, there's just to simplify between developed and less developed markets. On the developed market side, our focus is to influence reimbursement systems to get gradually more of the amputee population to have better access to better prosthetic solutions. Now, on the less developed market side, there are underlying trends in terms of just higher purchasing power, increased healthcare consumerism, if you will, and also just greater awareness in terms of what is available in terms of technology. And in private pay markets, we are increasingly opening channels through digital marketing and direct activities towards the end users, which we typically don't do in more developed markets, to drive awareness and drive demand. So I don't have a number in terms of let's say what does it cost us to acquire new patients, but the cost is just a different model, and people where you need to pay yourself, that drives different behavior around what people decide to do, and that dynamic is fascinating and changing the landscape around healthcare dramatically in some of these new markets. Let's use that word.
Thank you, Sven. Looking at the organic growth, have you been able to achieve any leverage in the margins from growing your top line? how should we think about that for the next foreseeable future?
Yes, if we look pre-COVID, and the reason I say that is that there's been so much turbulence and sort of extraordinary factors here over the last couple of years, as we've generally said that our prosthetics business, all else equals, grows faster than our bracing business, and the gross profit margins are all else equal higher on that side. We have, in a normal year, been able to achieve some unit cost productivity, maintaining stable unit cost. So the combination of all of this drives some positive development on the gross profit margin side, and then we've seen mainly some scalability on the G&A side, and this has translated into sort of gradual margin improvements. So it's more in some years, less in other years, but we have scalability on the sales and marketing side as well, but we've reinvested all of that and even a little bit more in building a presence in new markets. And we'll say a little bit about that at our Capital Markets Day end of the month, where this was a big theme for us in the last Capital Markets Day, our emerging market strategy. And we've, in terms of just building presence in more markets, we are largely on track with that.
And that leads me to the final question, Sven. So the Capital Markets Day on the 30th of March, what should we be expecting or looking out for in terms of the pending CMD? And looking back at the previous CMD, how accomplished do you think that has been? Obviously, you didn't know COVID was going to be in the middle part, but
no, I mean, that's a good question, Benjamin, and I'll start with that. I think looking back at the last couple of markets, I mean, yes, there have been these macroeconomic factors that have impacted everyone. I think, as always, some things have gone well and even better than what we thought, while some things have been slower. But overall, in terms of reach, geographic reach, and on the technology and product side, and also just business mix is different. Our bracing business is smaller. We've done more acquisitions in moving further at the front end of the value chain. So there's a few themes there which will outline on the Capital Markets Day. But in answering what we will be talking about, I'll try and put it into historical perspective. Össur is a 50-year-old company, and the first 20 years was a lot about sort of creating a product, and from then on it was about building a broader product portfolio and a geographic presence as a wholesaler of medical devices. But now the company is perhaps in the middle of the river, in the third maturity stage, which is also about servicing the people that need our products and opening up a bigger playing field by looking at mobility in a slightly broader sense. So that's what we're going to talk about at our Capital Markets Day, where we are in that transition from being a very much you could say a product company to how we think about the business going forward as a more patient-centric business that is serving individuals that have a chronic mobility challenge.
Thank you very much, Sven. Due to the time, we will conclude the call here. But again, thank you so much for participating here today. And thank you so much to everybody who called in as well to listen to the presentation. I hope you all have a great day.
Thanks for having me. See you later. Cheers. Bye.
See you. Bye.